Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been trying to make sense of what happened to me for months now. I still can't explain it. And honestly, I'm scared to talk about it because people will think I'm crazy or making it up. But I need to get this out somewhere, even anonymously, because it's eating me up inside. I live in a pretty isolated area in rural Montana. My closest neighbor is about half a mile away, and the nearest town is a 20-minute drive. I've always loved the peace and quiet out here. At least I used to before all this started. It began with headaches, not normal headaches, but these intense migraines that would hit me specifically at night, usually between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. They'd come with this weird brain fog where I couldn't think straight or focus on anything. At first, I blamed it on stress from work or maybe allergies, but then I started noticing this sound. It was this low mechanical humming, almost like a massive engine idling somewhere nearby, accompanied by an electrical buzzing noise. The sound always seemed to be coming from above my house, over the roof. I'd go outside sometimes to check, thinking maybe it was some kind of electrical problem with my power lines, but the sound would seem to fade when I went looking for it. This went on for about 2 weeks. The headaches got worse, and I started having trouble sleeping. I felt constantly on edge, like something was watching me. I know that sounds paranoid, but that feeling was so strong. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in early October. I remember because I had just gotten back from a trip to my parents' place the day before. I was having another one of those migraines, and the humming was particularly loud. It was about 1:30 in the morning when I finally got fed up and went outside with a flashlight to check my roof again. As soon as I stepped onto my back porch, the humming got louder and I felt this weird pressure in my ears, like when you're on an airplane that's descending. I pointed my flashlight up but couldn't see anything at first. Then I noticed the stars above my house were missing, like there was just this black void where stars should be. I lowered my flashlight, and that's when I saw it. This massive triangular craft was hovering silently about 100 feet above my house. It was enormous, I'd guess at least the size of a football field. The thing that struck me most was how utterly black it was, not just dark, but like it was absorbing the light around it. At each corner of the triangle, there was a dim red light, pulsing slowly. Along the sides were these green lights that strobed in some kind of pattern. Around what I assume was the center, there was a ring of white lights. The humming was coming from this thing, and now that I could see it, the sound seemed to be vibrating through my entire body. I just stood there, completely frozen. I couldn't even think to grab my phone for a picture. It hovered there for maybe 30 seconds, then suddenly, without any warning or sound, it moved. Not like any aircraft I've ever seen. It didn't turn or bank. It just shifted position instantaneously, like it was teleporting in tiny increments, and then it shot off toward the mountains to the east, faster than anything I've ever seen. After that night, the migraines got worse, but something else started happening. The dreams. And these weren't just random dreams. They were vivid, detailed, and felt more real than reality itself. The first dream happened about 3 nights after I saw the triangle craft. In it, I was at home, but my mum was visiting, which was weird because she lives 2 states away. We were sitting in my living room when I suddenly felt this overwhelming urge to go outside with my camera. I didn't question it. I just knew I needed to take pictures of something important. When I went outside in the dream, it was early morning, just before sunrise. The sky had that pre-dawn bluish-grey color. And there it was again, the triangle hovering silently about a quarter mile above my property. In the dream, I wasn't scared, I was excited. I started taking pictures, and the craft began performing impossible maneuvers, stopping instantly, changing direction at 90-degree angles without slowing down, splitting into multiple craft and then rejoining. When I went back inside to show my mum the pictures, something was off. It was suddenly sunset. Like hours had passed in what felt like minutes to me. My mum wasn't concerned at all, just nodded like it was normal. When I looked at my camera, all the pictures were gone. I woke up from that dream drenched in sweat, my heart racing. But the weird part, my camera was on my bedside table, turned on with the battery drained. I never sleep with my camera beside my bed. The dreams continued, each more detailed than the last. The most disturbing one happened about a week after the first sighting. In this dream, I wasn't on Earth anymore. I was floating in what seemed like some kind of massive manufacturing facility in space. I could see Earth through these huge windows, a blue marble in the distance. The facility was producing the triangular craft I had seen. They were moving along this assembly line, with various components being attached by machines I couldn't begin to understand. But it wasn't just the triangles. There were all sorts of different shapes, cylinders, spheres, some that looked like giant spinning tops. In the dream, I wasn't alone. There were others watching with me, but I couldn't turn to see them. I just knew they were there, observing my reactions. The whole place hummed with that same sound I'd been hearing over my house. When I woke up from that one, my migraine was so bad I had to call in sick to work. The pressure in my head felt like it was going to crack my skull open. For a few days after that, things were relatively normal. The headaches subsided a bit, and I didn't have any more vivid dreams. I started to think maybe I was just having some kind of stress-induced episode. Then came the night that still makes my blood run cold when I think about it. It was a Friday night, and I'd had some friends over for dinner and beers. Nothing crazy, just a casual hang. They left around 11, and I was standing in my driveway waving goodbye as they drove off. The night was clear and quiet, typical for this area. As their taillights disappeared down the road, I noticed something in my peripheral vision. At first I thought it was just a reflection from my porch light. But when I turned to look directly at it, I realized it was hovering near the corner of my roof. It wasn't the triangle this time. This was a rectangular object, maybe 6 feet long and 3 feet high. It was dark metallic, almost gunmetal in color, with these intense red lights along its bottom edge. It was completely silent, just floating there, maybe 15 feet off the ground. The weirdest part was that it had what looked like a glass panel on one side. And inside, I swear I'm not making this up, I could see something operating it. I couldn't make out details, just a silhouette that was definitely not human. The proportions were all wrong, the head too large, the body too thin. I reached for my phone to take a picture, but my hands were shaking so bad that I dropped it, and that's when everything stopped. It's hard to explain what happened next. It was like time itself froze. The phone didn't hit the ground. It just hung there in mid-air. The crickets that had been chirping went silent. Even the slight breeze that had been blowing just paused. I couldn't move either, not voluntarily at least. I was frozen in place, my arm still outstretched from when I dropped the phone, but my eyes could still move. And that's how I saw it. This thing came around the side of my house. It was grayish, cylindrical in the torso, with these legs that bent in ways legs shouldn't bend. It didn't walk so much as glide, but with these disturbing little jittery movements, like when you see a video with frames missing. On top of its body was what looked like a horn or antenna with a glowing tip. It moved toward me with this horrible smoothness that felt completely unnatural. I couldn't scream, couldn't run, couldn't even close my eyes. I was completely paralyzed. It stopped about 5 feet away from me and just observed. I don't know how I knew it was observing me, because it didn't have any features I could recognize as eyes, but I could feel its attention on me like a physical weight. The thing raised what might have been an arm. It was hard to tell because its anatomy made no sense, and pointed the glowing horn at me. The last thing I remember is a flash of light and a sensation like my entire body was being pulled through a tiny hole. Then nothing. I woke up standing in exactly the same position, arm still outstretched, but it was morning. The sun was up, my phone was on the ground, its screen cracked. According to my watch, it was 7:15 a.m. I had been standing there, frozen, for over 8 hours. But here's the thing. I wasn't cold, my muscles weren't stiff. I didn't need to use the bathroom despite not having gone all night. It was like no time had passed for my body at all. I ran inside and locked all my doors and windows. I called in sick to work again. I spent the entire day checking my body for marks or injuries, but there was nothing. The only evidence that anything had happened was my cracked phone and the lost time. That was 3 months ago. The humming still comes and goes. I've had more of the dreams, twice more. I've seen strange lights hovering near my property, but I stay inside now. I've installed security cameras, but somehow they never capture anything. They either malfunction or the footage just shows static during the times when I hear or see something. I don't know what to do. I can't move. My job is here, and I can't afford to just pick up and leave. I've tried talking to a doctor about the migraines, but the tests all come back normal. I haven't told anyone about what I've seen because I know how it sounds. Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing my mind, but then I'll find little things that don't make sense, like all my clocks being off by the exact same amount of time, or waking up with mud on my shoes when I don't remember going outside. Whatever is happening, it's not over. I can feel it. They're still watching, still coming around, and I have no idea what they want or when they'll come back. All I know is that when the humming starts at night, I hide in my closet and pray they don't find me this time. Story 2. I've been debating for years whether to share this. I'm not looking for sympathy or trying to convince anyone. I just need to get it off my chest after all this time. What happened to my family in 1965 changed us forever, and I still struggle to make sense of it. After my father left, my mother moved the 6 of us kids to Carmel, California. It was supposed to be a fresh start. The first house we rented was this beautiful place, owned by a woman traveling through Europe. It was peaceful there, normal. We had almost a full year of just being a regular family trying to heal. Then Mom found what seemed like the deal of a lifetime, a 3-level townhouse with a full attic on Cypress Street. The price was unbelievable. No down payment, just start paying the mortgage. Mom was so excited. This is our chance, she kept saying, our own home. Looking back, I should have realized that nothing that good comes without strings attached. We moved in during early autumn. The house itself was gorgeous. Old woodwork, spacious rooms, big windows that let in lots of light. The first few days were fine. We picked our rooms, arranged our furniture, and started settling in. My brothers took the top floor rooms. Mom and my youngest sisters were on the middle floor, and I shared a room with my sister Charity on the first floor. I remember the day things started changing. It was a Thursday afternoon, about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was doing homework at the kitchen table when I heard someone call my name from upstairs. I thought it was Mom, so I went up, but no one was there. When I came back down, Mom was coming in from the garden. That was the first time, but definitely not the last. Little things started happening daily. Keys would vanish from the counter only to reappear hours later in the exact same spot. Mom's reading glasses would be on her nightstand when she went to bed, but in the morning they'd be in the bathroom cabinet. We started blaming each other at first. Typical family stuff, you know. Then came the footsteps. They always seemed to start in the attic. Light at first, like someone tiptoeing. Then they'd get louder, like they were coming down the stairs to the upper floor. We'd check, but there was never anyone there. Mom said it was just the house settling, old pipes, normal house noises. But houses don't call your name when no one's home. My brother started complaining that someone was moving his model airplanes. He'd arranged them on his shelf in a specific order before school, and they'd be completely rearranged when he got home. My younger sisters started refusing to go to the bathroom alone, saying they felt someone watching them. But something happened to Charity that was different. She'd always been a quiet kid, kept to herself a bit, but she was normal. About 2 months after we moved in, she started spending hours alone in her room. I'd hear her talking, but when I'd go in, she'd just stare at me. "Who were you talking to?" I'd ask. "No one," she'd say, but her eyes wouldn't meet mine. I caught her one day standing in the backyard, having a full conversation with a tree. Not like a kid playing make-believe. She was absolutely serious, nodding her head, responding to questions I couldn't hear. When I asked who she was talking to, she looked at me like I was the crazy one and said, "Can't you see them?" Around the 3-month mark, things escalated. I woke up one night to find my jewelry box had been dumped onto the floor, every piece scattered. Mum lost it when a family photo was thrown off the wall so hard the frame shattered. We'd hear loud bangs from empty rooms. The worst was when my brother's baseball flew across his room and hit him in the back of the head while he was studying. No one was near it. It just moved on its own. Mom tried everything. She got salt and lined all the windowsills and doorways. She burned sage and incense until we could barely breathe through the smoke. She had a priest come and bless the house. She even invited this weird lady who called herself a medium, who walked around with a pendulum muttering about negative energies before demanding $200. Nothing helped. If anything, things got worse after each attempt. The bedroom visits started about 5 months in. I'd wake up feeling like someone was standing over my bed, watching me. The air would be freezing cold, even though it was spring by then. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I'd just lie there, eyes squeezed shut, waiting for it to pass. My brothers reported the same thing, that feeling of a presence, the cold spots, the paralysis. Then Charity started going into the walls. Our house had these small access panels in some closets that led to crawl spaces. We found her inside one, cross-legged, surrounded by mice, not scared of them, playing with them. They weren't running away from her. They were climbing on her hands, her shoulders. She named them all, said they were her friends, that they had introduced her. I remember one particularly bad night when our cat Icket was in the hallway near the stairs to the attic. He suddenly arched his back, his fur standing straight up, and started hissing at nothing. My brother was there and saw it too. This dark, shapeless blob floating down the stairs from the attic. When he turned to run, the thing followed him. Every picture on the wall started swinging, and 3 of them crashed to the floor as he ran. Mom started looking tired all the time. She'd put on a brave face for us during the day, but I caught her crying in the kitchen more than once. "It's just a rough patch," she'd say. "Things will get better." But they didn't. I'll never forget the night of my mother's wig party. She sold wigs as a side business to make extra money, and she had about 8 ladies over. They were all downstairs in the living room, trying on different styles, when this mouse suddenly appeared in the middle of the floor. The women screamed and jumped on the furniture, but I was frozen, staring at it. I had just been in the attic not 2 minutes before, helping Charity feed her mice. There was no way that mouse could have gotten from the attic to the living room that quickly. No way. The next morning, Charity's screams woke the whole house. We ran to the crawl space where she kept her mice in a cage. The door was still locked exactly as she'd left it, but inside, every single mouse had been killed. Not just killed, torn apart, blood everywhere. It was physically impossible for anything to have gotten into that locked cage. Charity was inconsolable. She just kept saying, "They're angry now, they're really angry." Mom finally called a different priest, an older man who specialized in what he carefully called spiritual disturbances. He arrived on a Tuesday afternoon with a black bag and a serious expression. He interviewed each of us separately, asking about our experiences. When he spoke to Charity, they were alone for over an hour. When they came out, his face was ashen, and Charity wouldn't look at any of us. The priest performed what I now know was an exorcism, though he never called it that in front of us. He went through every room in the house, including the attic. He was up there for almost 40 minutes while we waited nervously downstairs. When he finally came down, he was pale and sweating, even though the house was cold. He pulled my mother aside, but I was close enough to hear him say, "Get your children and leave. Today, don't come back." We went to stay with a neighbor while Mom made arrangements. When we returned the next day to gather essential belongings, the house was in chaos. Furniture had been overturned. Drawers had been emptied onto the floors. Pictures that had remained on the walls were now flying off as we stood there watching in horror. We grabbed what we could and ran. We found out later that the house had been donated to a local church years before we moved in. 2 priests who had lived there had been found with their throats slashed, surrounded by drawings made in their own blood, pentagrams, strange symbols. The police ruled it a cult-related killing, but no suspects were ever identified. The church had been trying to sell the property for years with no success. When Mom checked our mortgage paperwork more carefully, she discovered we'd been making payments to a company that didn't exist. The real estate agent who had shown us the property denied ever meeting us. According to county records, the house had been vacant for 3 years before we moved in. It's been decades now. My siblings and I don't talk about it much. Charity never fully recovered. She spent years in and out of psychiatric facilities. She still claims they follow her sometimes. The rest of us have tried to move on, build normal lives. But I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, feeling that cold presence standing over my bed. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I swear I hear someone calling my name. Story 3. I still can't believe this happened to my dad. I've always respected him as one of those no-nonsense practical guys who doesn't get fazed by much. He was in the military for 15 years, worked construction, fixed cars, the type who scoffs at horror movies and calls them a bunch of nonsense. That's why what he told us last week has completely shaken me. We were having one of those late family talks. You know, when everyone's tired, but nobody wants to go to bed yet. My sister brought up some ghost hunting show she'd been watching, and we all started sharing weird experiences. Mom talked about hearing voices in our old house. My brother mentioned his car radio turning on by itself. Typical stuff that's easy to explain away. Dad stayed quiet the whole time, nursing his beer. Then suddenly he says, "I've never told you all about what happened at the Mendoza cabin." I perked up immediately. Dad never shares ghost stories, ever. This happened back in the early 90s when Dad was still working with his construction buddy Miguel. They'd landed a big contract helping to build this fancy cabin retreat for some businessman who'd struck it rich in real estate. The guy, Mr. Mendoza, was planning to rent out cabins to city folk wanting to get back to nature, but with all the comforts of home. When the project finally finished, Mendoza invited everyone who'd worked on it to a big celebration. There was supposed to be a huge barbecue, drinks, music, the works. Dad and Miguel were running late because they'd had another job that day. By the time they arrived, most people had already left. There were only about 5 other guests still hanging around, plus Mendoza, who insisted they stay the night since they'd driven so far. The cabin they stayed in was one of the smaller ones, about a quarter-mile from the main lodge. It had 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a living area. Dad said it was nice. All new furniture and big windows looking out into the woods. The only problem was the plumbing. Apparently something had gone wrong with the septic system hookup in that particular cabin, so the toilets weren't working. Mendoza apologized profusely and said they'd have to use the outhouse until it got fixed the next day. Now, this wasn't some crude wooden shack with a hole in the ground. It was a proper small bathroom structure that had been built while waiting for the main plumbing to be installed. It had a regular toilet that drained into a temporary tank, a sink with a water jug system, and actual walls and a door. The only thing outhouse about it was that it stood separate from the cabin, maybe 50 feet away near a small grove of banana trees. Dad and Miguel had a few beers with the remaining guests, but everyone was pretty tired, so they all turned in around midnight. Dad took one bedroom, Miguel took the other, and they crashed. At around 3 in the morning, Dad woke up needing to pee. He said he tried to hold it, not wanting to trek outside in the middle of the night, but eventually gave up. He got up, found his flashlight and headed to the front door. Miguel heard him and came out of his room asking what was up. When Dad explained, Miguel offered to wait for him on the porch since it was pitch black outside. The night was unusually quiet. Dad said there weren't even any insects making noise. The cabin had a single outdoor light that cast a yellowish glow over the porch and about 20 feet into the yard. Beyond that was darkness. The outhouse was just barely visible in the edge of the light, with those banana trees rising up behind it. Dad made his way down the 3 porch steps and across the yard. He said he felt uneasy the entire time, but figured it was just from being in an unfamiliar place in the dark. Miguel called out something like, "I can still see you, man. You're good." When Dad reached the outhouse, he went inside and shut the door. He was in there for maybe a minute when the entire structure suddenly shook, not violently, but definitely noticeably, like someone had bumped into it hard from the outside. He figured it was Miguel playing a joke, so he called out, "Very funny, asshole," but got no response. Then it happened again, a distinct shake, like someone was leaning against the wall. Dad said he finished up as fast as humanly possible. He was genuinely frightened now, but tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, but there wasn't any wind that night. An animal? But what animal would push against an outhouse? He took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped out. Nothing was there immediately in front of him. He turned to look back toward the cabin and saw Miguel standing rigid on the porch, eyes wide. Dad walked quickly back, not running but definitely hurrying. When he reached the porch, Miguel grabbed his arm and pulled him inside, locking the door behind them. Dad asked what the hell his problem was, and Miguel's response chilled him to the bone. "There was someone standing next to the outhouse the whole time you were in there." Dad thought he was joking at first, but Miguel's face was dead serious. According to him, as soon as Dad had entered the outhouse, a figure appeared from behind the banana trees. It was tall, unnaturally tall, Miguel said, at least 7 feet, maybe more. It was completely black, not like African-American black, but like a shadow with substance. Miguel couldn't make out any features except that it had an elongated head and impossibly thin limbs. The figure had stood with its back to the cabin, facing the trees, positioned right beside the outhouse wall. When Dad felt the outhouse shake, it was because the figure had leaned against it, twice. Dad asked the obvious question. Why the hell didn't Miguel warn him? Miguel said he was afraid that if he called out, the thing would notice Dad. As it was, the entity seemed unaware of Dad's presence inside the outhouse, or at least uninterested in him. Miguel was convinced that making any sudden noise would have changed that. "So, what happened to it?" Dad had asked. Miguel said that as soon as Dad opened the outhouse door, the figure simply stepped behind the banana trees and disappeared. They woke up the other guests, and everyone packed their stuff immediately. Nobody questioned why. Apparently the general feeling of unease was enough. They left Mendoza a note saying there had been a family emergency and drove home in the middle of the night. Dad called Mendoza a few days later to apologize for leaving abruptly. During the conversation, he casually asked about the area where the outhouse stood. Mendoza got quiet and then admitted something he hadn't told any of the workers. The entire cabin complex had been built on land that used to belong to a small rural community from the late 1800s. The specific spot where that outhouse was positioned had been discovered during initial excavation to be part of an old burial ground. The workers had found bones, but Mendoza had paid to have them quietly relocated rather than deal with the permits and delays that would come from reporting it properly. That outhouse was a temporary structure that would eventually be removed once the plumbing was fixed, so he didn't see the harm. Dad never went back to that property. He and Miguel finished up their contract work for Mendoza on other properties, but neither would return to the cabin site. Dad heard later that the business struggled and eventually failed after a series of strange accidents and complaints from guests about feeling watched and noises in the night. The weirdest part of all this is how it affected my dad. This happened over 30 years ago, but when he told us the story last week, his hands were shaking. The man who I've never seen afraid of anything was visibly rattled just remembering it. He said he still dreams about it sometimes, standing in that tiny bathroom, feeling the walls shake, knowing now what was on the other side. I asked him if he thought the entity meant him harm. He said he didn't know, but he believes Miguel saved his life that night by staying silent. Some things, he told us, are better left undisturbed, and if you ever disturb them accidentally, you don't draw their attention, you just quietly walk away. I've been thinking about his story constantly since he told us. What was that figure? Was it protecting the burial ground? Was it one of the people buried there? And most disturbing of all, what would have happened if my dad had known it was there and panicked? Or if Miguel had called out a warning? I don't think I'll ever look at an outhouse the same way again, and those banana trees in our backyard that I never gave a second thought to. I'm having them removed next week. Story 4. I still can't explain what happened in that cabin last month. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal. I've always been the guy who finds the logical explanation. But what happened over those few days in Tahoe has left me questioning everything I thought I knew. It was supposed to be perfect. I spent weeks planning my girlfriend Sarah's 30th birthday surprise. Found this gorgeous cabin on Airbnb in a secluded part of Lake Tahoe. 3 levels, 5 bedrooms, enough space for all her closest friends. The photos showed wooden beams, a stone fireplace, floor-to-ceiling windows with forest views. I booked it for 3 nights, invited 4 other couples, all her best friends, and swore them to secrecy. When we pulled up to the cabin that Friday afternoon, Sarah was speechless. The place looked even better than the photos, nestled among towering pines with that classic A-frame design. The inside was gorgeous too. Open concept living area, modern kitchen, and bedrooms scattered throughout the 3 levels. We took the master on the top floor. It had its own bathroom and a small balcony overlooking the woods. While Sarah was exploring, her friends and I quickly decorated the living room with streamers, a happy 30th banner, and about 30 balloons. We stocked the fridge with her favorite drinks and set up board games on the coffee table. When everything was ready, everyone jumped out yelling, "Surprise!" When she came back downstairs, she burst into tears, hugging everyone. It was exactly the reaction I'd hoped for. That first night started out amazing. We were drinking, playing games, reminiscing about college stories. Everyone was having a blast. But around 11 o'clock, something weird happened. One of the balloons near the kitchen just popped. No one was near it. We all jumped, then laughed it off. Balloons pop sometimes, right? Except it kept happening. Every 20 minutes or so, another balloon would pop by itself. At first, we joked about it, blamed the altitude, the heating system, whatever. But after the 5th or 6th one, it started getting unsettling. Nobody was touching them. They weren't near any heat source or sharp edges. They were just popping. This place must have really dry air, I remember saying, trying to keep things light. But I noticed everyone's smiles becoming more forced as the night went on. We stayed up until about 2 in the morning. By then, nearly half the balloons had randomly popped. When we finally went to bed, Sarah was too drunk to notice anything weird. But I couldn't shake this feeling of unease. I told myself I was being ridiculous and eventually fell asleep. Saturday was our big ski day. We spent the whole day on the slopes, came back exhausted around 7, ordered pizza and watched movies. Much more low-key than the night before. After everything that happened the previous night, I was actually relieved to have a normal evening. We all headed to bed around 11, completely wiped out from skiing. I fell asleep immediately, but woke up a few hours later freezing cold. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:15 a.m. Sarah was still sound asleep next to me, bundled up in all the blankets. I tried to steal some back, but she had them wrapped around her like a cocoon. The room felt like an icebox, way colder than it should have been. I figured the heat must have turned down automatically, so I decided to go check the thermostat. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake Sarah, and stepped into the hallway. The cabin was completely dark, except for tiny green lights from smoke detectors. I used my phone flashlight to navigate to the stairs, trying to avoid the creaky spots in the floor. The air felt even colder in the hallway, like I was walking into a refrigerator. I was about halfway down the staircase when I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Not loud, just the soft pad of bare feet on hardwood. I froze. The footsteps stopped too. "Hello?" I whispered, turning around and shining my phone light back up the stairs. Nothing, just the empty staircase. I stood there for a good 30 seconds, listening. The house was completely silent, except for the occasional creak of the building. I figured it must have been the wood settling or my imagination playing tricks on me. I continued down to the main floor, where the thermostat was located. The living area was pitch black. My phone light created weird shadows as I walked across the room. When I reached the thermostat, it read 58 degrees, way too cold. I bumped it up to 70 and turned to head back upstairs. That's when I felt it. I can't really explain the sensation, but it was like someone was standing right behind me, watching me. The hairs on my neck stood up, and I got this overwhelming urge to run. Instead, I slowly turned around, sweeping my phone light across the room. There was no one there, just furniture, the remnants of our pizza dinner, and the few balloons that hadn't popped the night before. But the feeling didn't go away. It was like being watched by someone standing in a blind spot, just outside your field of vision, no matter which way you turn. I hurried back toward the stairs, and that's when I heard the footsteps again. Matching my pace exactly, but slightly behind me, I stopped. They stopped. I took another step. Another footstep followed, just a fraction of a second after mine. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I turned quickly, sweeping the light around, but saw nothing. I practically ran up the stairs back to our bedroom and shut the door behind me, trying not to make noise. Sarah was still fast asleep, completely unaware. I got back into bed, wide awake now, listening for any sound outside our door. After about 20 minutes, I started to calm down, telling myself it was just the unfamiliar house playing tricks on me. Old cabins make weird noises, especially at night. That's what I kept repeating to myself. Just as I was drifting off, the heating kicked on with a low hum. But instead of warming up, the room seemed to get even colder. I could see my breath forming little clouds in the air above me. I waited another half hour, but it was still freezing. Sarah was somehow still sleeping soundly, but I couldn't take it anymore. I had to check the thermostat again. This time I turned on the hallway light before stepping out of the bedroom. The light made me feel slightly better as I made my way downstairs. When I reached the thermostat, I saw it was still set at 70, but the current temperature reading was 55. Something was clearly wrong with the heating system. I bumped it up to 75, hoping that might kickstart whatever was malfunctioning. As I stood there debating whether to wake everyone up if the heat didn't improve, I heard a sound from the game room at the far end of the main floor. The distinct noise of a foosball being rolled across the table and hitting the side with a hollow plastic thunk. I froze. That sound couldn't be explained by the house settling or the wind. Someone had to physically move the ball for it to make that noise. "Is someone there?" I called out, louder than I intended. No response. Just perfect silence. Part of me wanted to go check the game room, but a stronger part wanted to get back upstairs immediately. I chose the latter, hurrying back up the steps, feeling that same sensation of being followed. This time, I didn't stop to check. I just kept moving until I was back in our room with the door shut and locked behind me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to every tiny sound the cabin made. When dawn finally came, I was exhausted but relieved. At breakfast, I didn't mention what happened. I didn't want to freak everyone out, especially Sarah. It was her birthday weekend after all. But as we were eating, Emma, who was staying with her boyfriend in the room across the hall from ours, looked really tired. "Rough night?" I asked casually. She glanced at her boyfriend, then back at me. "Kind of. Did you guys hear anything weird last night?" That's when my stomach dropped. "What do you mean by weird?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She hesitated. "This is going to sound crazy, but I woke up around 3:30 and saw someone standing at the foot of our bed. The time matched up exactly with when I'd been downstairs." "What do you mean, someone?" Sarah asked, now fully engaged in the conversation. "It was like a dark figure, just standing there, perfectly still." "I thought it was Tyler at first," she said, nodding toward her boyfriend, "but then I realized he was next to me. I blinked, and it was gone. I figured it was just my eyes adjusting to the dark or something." Before I could respond, Sarah's cousin Megan spoke up. "Okay, this is freaking me out because I heard something too. Around the same time, it sounded like someone was breathing really heavily in our room. I woke Dave up," she gestured to her husband, "but by then it had stopped." I finally told them what I'd experienced. The footsteps, the feeling of being watched, the foosball table. As I was talking, I could see everyone's expressions changing from skepticism to concern. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Sarah asked, looking genuinely scared now. "I didn't want to frighten you," I admitted. And honestly, I kept telling myself it was just the house making normal noises. "But we all experienced something at the same time," Emma pointed out. "That can't be a coincidence." We spent the next hour comparing notes. No one else had heard the balloons popping the first night. They'd all assumed it was just us being rowdy. But 3 separate incidents in different parts of the cabin at roughly the same time. That was harder to dismiss. We looked up the history of the property online, but found nothing unusual. The cabin had been built in the 80s and renovated a few years ago. No reports of deaths or anything that would explain a haunting. The strange thing is, nothing happened during the day. We spent Sunday hiking, and that night everyone stuck together in the living room until much later than planned. Nobody wanted to be the first to go to bed. When we finally did turn in, we left lights on in the hallways and bathrooms. Nothing unusual happened that night. Maybe whatever it was knew we were alert and watching. We checked out Monday morning earlier than required. No one said it explicitly, but I think we were all ready to leave. As we were packing the cars, I took one last look at the cabin. It looked perfectly normal in the daylight, just a beautiful vacation home in the woods. I don't know what was in that cabin. Maybe it was just our collective imagination, stress, or the altitude messing with us. Maybe it was some kind of residual energy, or something that didn't want to make itself fully known. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And I wasn't the only one who experienced something unexplainable. I've never believed in ghosts, but I can't explain what happened in that cabin, and I'm not sure I want to go back to find out. Story 5. I've never really told this story to many people. When it happened, I was so young that I thought maybe I'd just imagined it. But I'm 37 now, and I still remember every detail like it happened yesterday. It's the kind of thing that sits in the back of your mind for decades, never quite making sense, no matter how many times you turn it over. I was 9 years old. It was summer break, probably around July, and I was stuck doing chores while my friends were all at the community pool. My mum had this rule about finishing chores before going out to play, and that day I had dish duty. Our kitchen was pretty small, but had this big window above the sink that looked out over our backyard. It wasn't anything fancy, just a square of grass with some patchy areas where I used to play, surrounded by this tall wooden fence my dad had built the summer before. The fence was really important to my parents. We lived in a neighborhood that was transitioning, as my mum would say. The fence had to be tall enough that nobody could climb over, and my dad had installed this complicated latch on the gate that could only be opened from the inside. I remember being annoyed by it because I always had to go through the house to get in or out of the yard instead of using the gate directly. Anyway, I was standing there washing dishes, probably daydreaming about getting to the pool later. It was one of those bright summer days where the sun makes everything look super sharp and clear. I wasn't really focusing on anything outside, just mechanically scrubbing plates and stacking them in the dish rack. Then I felt it. You know that feeling when you realize someone is watching you? It's like this weird pressure on your skin. I looked up, and there she was, a girl about my age, standing right in the middle of our yard, staring directly at me. She had this dirty blonde hair that hung to her shoulders. She was wearing a striped t-shirt, red and white stripes, I think, with shorts and these white sneakers that looked brand new. But what really got me was her face. She wasn't smiling or frowning. She wasn't doing anything. Her expression was completely blank, like a doll's. Her eyes were fixed on me with this intensity that made my stomach drop. I remember the dish I was holding. It was this blue plastic cup my brother always used, and I remember the feeling of the soapy water on my hands going suddenly cold. I blinked, did a double take. It couldn't have been more than a second. She was gone, just completely gone. At first, I thought maybe she'd moved to another part of the yard, but I could see the entire yard from the window. There was nowhere to hide, no trees, no shed, nothing. Just open grass surrounded by that tall fence, and the gate was closed. I remember distinctly that the gate was closed because the latch had this red handle that stood out against the brown wood, and I could see it was in the locked position. I dropped the cup in the sink and ran outside. The backyard was empty. I checked behind the air conditioning unit, the only thing in the yard that could possibly hide a person, but there was nothing there. I even opened the gate and looked up and down the alleyway behind our house. Nothing. No sign anyone had been there at all. When I came back inside, my mom asked why I was running around the yard. I told her about the girl, and she gave me this look. You know, the one parents give when they think you're making stuff up. She told me it was probably just the neighbor's kid looking over the fence, but that wasn't possible. Our fence was 6 feet tall, and I'd seen the girl standing in the middle of the yard, not by the fence. I finished the dishes with this weird, jittery feeling in my stomach. The rest of the day, I kept looking out that window, half expecting to see her again. I even went back outside a few times to check. Nothing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about her blank expression and how she'd vanished so completely. It wasn't like she ran away. She literally disappeared in the split second I blinked. I remember lying in bed wondering if maybe she'd been a reflection of some kind, but that didn't make sense either. The window wasn't that reflective, and besides, I didn't look anything like her. The thing is, I wasn't really scared at first, more confused. The fear came later, when I realized how impossible the whole thing was. Over the next few days, I kept watching the yard, hoping to see her again, so I could figure out how she got in and out so fast. But she never came back. I started making up explanations. Maybe she was super fast. Maybe there was a hole in the fence I didn't know about. Maybe the gate had been open and I just remembered wrong. But none of these made sense. The yard was small, maybe 30 feet across. Even Usain Bolt couldn't cross that and get out of sight in less than a second. Eventually, I stopped talking about it. My brother had started teasing me about my imaginary friend, and my parents clearly thought I was making it up for attention, so I just pushed it aside. Kids are good at that, I guess. When something doesn't fit into their understanding of the world, they can just file it away and move on. But I never forgot her. Sometimes I'd have dreams where she was standing in different places, at the foot of my bed, in the hallway at school, on the sidewalk as I rode past on my bike. Always with that same blank expression, always staring directly at me. I'd wake up with my heart pounding, convinced she was in my room, but she never was. We moved away from that house when I was 12. My dad got a job in another state, and I remember feeling relieved to leave that kitchen window behind. The dreams stopped after we moved, and eventually the whole incident faded into one of those weird childhood memories you're not sure whether to trust, until about 5 years ago. I was back in my hometown visiting some relatives, and I met up with my old friend Sarah for coffee. We were catching up, talking about the old neighborhood, and I mentioned the house on Maple Street where I'd seen the girl. Sarah got really quiet. She'd married a guy named Mike who grew up in that area, and they'd bought a house just a few blocks from my old place. She told me Mike refused to talk about it much, but their neighborhood had a reputation for strange occurrences. What kind of occurrences? I asked, feeling that old jittery feeling coming back. She hesitated, then told me about something that happened to Mike about a year after they moved in. He was home alone one evening watching TV in their living room. He got up to grab a beer from the kitchen, and when he came back, there were two men sitting on their couch. They were wearing army uniforms, old ones like from World War II. They were just sitting there, talking to each other, not even acknowledging Mike. He said he froze in the doorway, and then, just like what happened to me, he blinked or looked away for a split second, and they were gone. The couch cushions weren't even dented where they'd been sitting. I felt sick as she told me this. It was too similar, too specific to be a coincidence. The way she described it, appearing out of nowhere, the blank affect, disappearing in an instant. It was exactly what happened with the girl in my yard. Sarah went on to tell me that after that incident, Mike had started asking around. Apparently, that part of town was built over what used to be a staging area during World War II, before soldiers shipped out to the Pacific. Before that, in the early 1900s, it had been farmland, belonging to one of the founding families of the town. Did he ever find out anything about a little girl? I asked. Sarah shrugged. He didn't dig too deep after the first few stories he heard. It freaked him out too much. But there was something about a family that lived on that land in the 1960s. They had a daughter who disappeared. I don't know the details. I've spent a lot of time since then trying to research what might have happened in that neighborhood. I found some old newspaper articles about a girl who went missing in 1967. Her name was Emily Winters, and she was last seen playing in her backyard. The article included a picture of her family standing in front of their house, the same house my family moved into years later. In the picture, Emily was wearing a striped shirt. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways. Maybe I saw the picture of Emily somewhere before I saw the girl in the yard. Maybe it was just a neighborhood kid who somehow got in and out without me seeing. Maybe it was a trick of the light or my imagination, but I know what I saw. And now, knowing about Mike's experience and the history of the area, I'm more convinced than ever that something truly unexplainable happened that day. The strangest part is that I don't feel afraid when I think about her anymore. Instead, I feel this deep sadness. Was she trying to tell me something? Was she just going through the motions of a normal day from her life, not even aware that she was appearing to someone decades later? Was she lost? I still have no answers. All I know is that for one brief moment on a summer day, when I was 9 years old, I looked through a window and time folded somehow. I saw someone who shouldn't have been there, couldn't have been there, and then, in the space of a heartbeat, she was gone. Sometimes when I'm washing dishes at my own kitchen sink now, I still get that feeling of being watched. I still find myself hesitating before looking up at the window, part of me afraid of what or who might be staring back. Story 6. I've never been much of a writer, but I need to get this off my chest. I've carried this memory for decades now, and it still makes the hair on my neck stand up whenever I think about it. This happened when I was about 6 or 7 years old. We were living in this old 2-story house that my parents had gotten for cheap. Even before the incident, I always felt uncomfortable in that house. There was something off about it that I couldn't put into words as a kid. The air always felt heavier inside, especially at night. My room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, and from my bed I could see straight down to the den where my dad would watch TV late into the night. That particular night, I remember tossing and turning for what felt like hours. I wasn't sick or anything, just couldn't sleep. You know that feeling when your brain won't shut off? I kept staring at my digital clock, watching the minutes tick by. 11 p.m. midnight, 1 a.m. Eventually, it was just past 3 in the morning. I remember that time specifically, 3:07 a.m., because I was staring right at it when I first got that feeling. That horrible feeling that something wasn't right. The house was mostly quiet. The only sound was the faint murmur of the TV from the den where my dad was still up watching some late show. I could see the blue glow of the screen flickering down the hallway. Normally, knowing my dad was awake made me feel safe, but that night, it didn't help at all. The feeling came over me suddenly. It wasn't like in movies where there's dramatic music or a creaking door. It was this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone in my room anymore. Like when you can feel someone staring at you, but 100 times more intense. My entire body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. And then I did what every scared kid does. I yanked my sheet over my head. I pulled it tight around me, making sure not a single part of me was exposed. Somehow, in my child's mind, that thin cotton sheet was going to protect me from whatever was in my room. But that's when it got worse. As I lay there completely covered, I could sense something right above me, not touching the sheet, but hovering there. I could feel it, a face or presence just inches away from mine with only that thin fabric between us. It was like it was studying me through the sheet. I squeezed my eyes shut, even though the sheet was already covering my face. I was too terrified to look, afraid I might see the outline or shadow of whatever was there. And then my bed started to shake. At first it was subtle, like someone had bumped into it, but within seconds it became violent. The entire mattress was jolting up and down. It wasn't like an earthquake where everything shakes. It was specifically my bed. It felt like multiple people were underneath, kicking upward with all their strength. All 4 corners and even the center of my mattress were lifting up and slamming back down onto the box spring. The sound was awful. This rhythmic thump, thump, thump as my bed hit the frame over and over. The worst part was that it wasn't random. It felt deliberate, like something was trying to shake me out from under that sheet. I tried to scream. I swear I tried with everything in me to call out for my dad. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. It was like my voice had been stolen. I kept trying to yell, "Dad! Dad!" But all that came out were these pathetic little squeaks that couldn't have been heard over the sound of my bed slamming against the floor. I don't know how long it actually lasted. Probably just seconds, but it felt like forever. When you're terrified, time does weird things. It could have been 30 seconds or 5 minutes. I honestly couldn't tell you. All I know is that it felt like an eternity of pure terror. Then I did something I still don't understand how I found the courage to do. While the bed was still shaking violently, I managed to stand up on the mattress. It was like trying to balance on a trampoline while people were jumping on it. I remember my knees almost buckling as the mattress kept rising and falling beneath my feet. And then I jumped. I didn't care what might grab my ankles or what might be waiting in the darkness of my room. I just knew I had to get out. I leaped as far as I could toward my bedroom doorway, landed on the hallway floor, and ran. I didn't look back, didn't check to see if something was chasing me. I just ran straight to my dad in the den. I remember the look on his face when I burst in, confusion, then concern. I was hysterical, crying and pointing back toward my room, trying to explain between sobs about my bed and whatever was under it. He took me back to my room. I fought him the whole way, clinging to his arm, and of course everything was still. The bed wasn't moving. Nothing was visible underneath it when he checked. Dad tried to calm me down, said I must have had a nightmare. He let me sleep in my parents' room that night, but I knew it wasn't a dream. You know how dreams fade pretty quickly after you wake up. This hasn't faded at all, even after all these years. The memory is as vivid now as it was that night. That was just the most extreme incident in that house. But it wasn't the only one. There were other things that happened during the 3 years we lived there. My toys would be rearranged when I came home from school. Doors we'd closed would be open. Once, all the kitchen cabinet doors were open when we came downstairs in the morning. My mom used to complain about feeling like she was being watched in the laundry room. My sister, who was 4 years older than me, refused to use the bathroom at night because she said she'd seen a shadow figure standing in the corner once. Even our dog wouldn't go into certain parts of the house. The worst spot besides my room was the basement. I refused to go down there alone after finding my bike upside down one day when I'd left it right side up the day before. My dad claimed I'd just forgotten how I left it, but I knew better. There was this one time when my mom was home alone and called my dad at work in a panic because she heard what sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor upstairs. When Dad got home, nothing was moved. Another time, we all heard what sounded like someone running up and down the hallway at night, but when my parents checked, no one was there. We moved out when I was 9, for reasons my parents claimed were unrelated to the weird occurrences. My dad got a job in another state, and I remember being incredibly relieved when they told us we were leaving. I never told anyone outside my family about what happened because I knew people would just say I imagined it or had a vivid nightmare, but I know what I experienced. That bed shook with a force no child could imagine or create, and whatever was hovering above me, studying me through that sheet, it was real. Years later, when I was in high school, I overheard my parents talking about that house. They thought I was asleep, but I heard my mom admit to my dad that she'd also experienced things she couldn't explain there. She mentioned hearing footsteps following her up the stairs when she was alone, and feeling cold spots that would move around the room. My dad, who had always been the skeptic, surprised me by admitting he'd once seen what looked like a person standing at the end of their bed in the middle of the night, only for it to vanish when he turned on the light. I've tried researching the history of that house over the years, but never found anything that would explain what happened. No tragic deaths or crimes that made the local news. But something was in that house with us. Something that could physically move objects, that could hover above a terrified child, that could shake a bed so violently it felt like it might break apart. It's been over 30 years since that night, and I still can't sleep without checking under my bed. I still pull my feet up quickly if they're hanging over the edge, and I still occasionally wake up at exactly 3:07 a.m., my heart pounding, feeling like something is watching me from the darkest corner of my room. I don't know what it was. A ghost, a demon, something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, it was powerful, and it wanted me to know it was there. And sometimes, in those moments when I wake up in the middle of the night, I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it followed me. Story 7. I've never been much of a believer in the paranormal. Ghosts, demons, spirits. That stuff was for horror movies and campfire stories, not real life. At least, that's what I thought until I was 16. It all started when my parents bought this old vintage vanity dresser at a yard sale down the street. Mum had been looking for something with character for our living room, and this antique piece, with its ornate wooden frame and slightly tarnished mirror, was apparently perfect. Dad got it for a steal. The previous owners practically begged him to take it. Should have been our first red flag, but we were clueless. They placed it directly across from our couch, which seemed like a weird spot for a vanity, but Mum said it opened up the space or whatever. I didn't care much about interior decorating back then. The first incident happened about 3 days after we brought it home. I was alone in the living room watching TV after school. My parents were still at work, and my sisters were out somewhere. It was just a normal, boring afternoon. I remember feeling this weird sensation, like someone was watching me. You know that feeling? When the hairs on your neck stand up for no reason? I kept looking around, but the house was empty. I tried to focus on my show, but that feeling wouldn't go away. Then I noticed something in my peripheral vision, something in the vanity mirror. At first, I thought it was just a reflection of the TV, or maybe a shadow from the curtains. But when I looked directly at the mirror, I still get chills thinking about it. Behind my reflection, just barely visible over my shoulder, was a face. Not a normal face. It was unnaturally pale white, like paper or chalk, with these deep black eyes that didn't reflect any light. It was slowly rising up, as if this thing was gradually peeking over the back of the couch behind me. I whipped my head around instantly, but there was nothing there, just the empty couch and wall behind me. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might throw up. When I looked back at the mirror, the face was gone. I told myself I was seeing things. Maybe I was tired or the light was playing tricks. I even pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The next time it happened, I wasn't alone. My younger sister Hannah came home, and I practically begged her to sit on the couch with me. I didn't tell her why. I was afraid she'd think I was crazy. We were just watching TV when I saw her freeze. Her eyes were locked on the vanity mirror, and her face went completely white. "Do you see that?" she whispered, her voice shaking. I didn't need to ask what she meant. I saw it too. That same pale face with black eyes, slowly rising behind us in the mirror's reflection. Only this time it rose higher, revealing more of its features. Its mouth was just a thin line, no lips, and its head was oddly shaped, too large and elongated. Hannah started crying. She was only 11 at the time, and she completely broke down. I grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the living room. When we looked back from the hallway, the face in the mirror was gone again. We tried telling our parents, but they brushed it off. Dad said the old mirror probably had some weird visual distortions because of its age. Mum thought we were playing some kind of prank on each other. My older sister Melissa just rolled her eyes and said we'd watched too many horror movies. But things only got worse from there. Both Melissa and I started having these horrible nightmares. Except they weren't exactly nightmares. It was sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, unable to move, with this overwhelming sense of dread. One night, about 2 weeks after we brought the vanity home, I experienced the worst episode. I woke up around 3 in the morning, completely frozen in my bed. My room was dark except for the faint glow from the streetlight outside my window. As I lay there, unable to even scream, I saw movement outside my second-floor window. That same pale face with black eyes was peering in at me. My window was locked. I knew it was locked, but somehow the window slowly slid open without a sound. The creature, I don't know what else to call it, slipped into my room like smoke, barely disturbing the curtains. It moved toward my bed, its body thin and unnaturally jointed like something trying to imitate a human, but getting all the proportions wrong. The whole time, those black eyes never blinked, never looked away from me. It came right up to my bedside. I could feel the mattress dip slightly as it leaned over me. Its face was inches from mine, close enough that I could feel its cold breath on my skin. It smelled like wet earth and something metallic, like old pennies. I was screaming in my head, but couldn't make a sound. It felt like it was studying me, This thing with its paper-white skin stretched too tight over whatever skull it had. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, it simply straightened up and retreated to the corner of my room, where it disappeared into the shadows. When I could finally move again, I turned on every light in my room and stayed awake until morning. The next day, I found small clumps of dirt on my carpet near the window. Melissa was having similar experiences. She'd wake up feeling like something was sitting on her chest, unable to breathe properly. She'd see the same pale figure standing in her doorway or lurking in the corner of her room. Eventually, Mom decided to move the vanity to Hannah's room, thinking it would look nice there. I tried to protest, but how could I explain? Don't put the haunted mirror in my little sister's room. They already thought we were being dramatic. Poor Hannah. She started sleeping facing the wall every night. She said she couldn't bear looking at the mirror in the dark. When she did her makeup in the morning, she'd see the creature peeking from the corners of the mirror, watching her. She stopped using the vanity altogether and started doing her hair and makeup in the bathroom instead. My parents still didn't believe us, even when things started happening that they couldn't explain. Cabinet doors would be open in the morning when everyone swore they'd closed them the night before. Pictures would fall off the walls for no reason. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Our dog Baxter, who was normally the calmest golden retriever you'd ever meet, refused to go upstairs anymore. He'd stand at the bottom of the stairs, hackles raised, growling at nothing. Our cat disappeared for 3 days, and when she finally came back, she was jumpy and wouldn't let anyone touch her for weeks. It wasn't until my mom had her own experience that things changed. She was cooking dinner one evening with Hannah helping her chop vegetables. I was in my room doing homework, and I heard this blood-curdling scream from downstairs. I ran down to find Hannah pointing at the kitchen doorway, completely hysterical. "It was right behind you, Mom. It was right there," she kept saying over and over. Mom looked shaken. She told us she'd felt something cold brush against the back of her neck, and when she turned around, Hannah started screaming. Hannah said she'd seen the pale figure standing directly behind Mom, and when Mom turned, she saw its shadow dart away around the corner. That night, we all heard knocking sounds coming from inside the walls. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, over and over. Dad tried to say it was the pipes, but our house was only 10 years old and never had plumbing issues. The final straw came when we started hearing voices, not clear words, but whispers that seemed to come from empty rooms. Sometimes it sounded like someone calling our names from far away. Other times it was just this low, continuous murmur that made it impossible to sleep. I remember one night waking up to find messages written in the condensation on my bedroom window. From the inside, just random letters and symbols I didn't understand. I took pictures on my phone, but when I showed them to my family the next morning, the images were completely black, like I'd taken photos with the lens cap on. My parents finally took us seriously after that. Dad did some research on the previous owners of the vanity and discovered the woman who owned it had died under strange circumstances. Apparently, she'd been found in her bedroom, facing her mirror, with no obvious cause of death. The medical examiner ruled it a heart attack, but her face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror. We got rid of the vanity the very next day. Dad took it to the dump himself and made sure it was crushed. We thought that would be the end of it. But sometimes, when I'm home alone and catch my reflection in any mirror, I swear I can still see something pale moving in the background, just at the edge of my vision. When I turn to look, there's never anything there, but I know what I saw. It's been 8 years since we got rid of that vanity, and I still sleep with my mirrors covered. Some things you just can't explain, and some things you can never completely get rid of. Whatever was attached to that mirror found a way into our lives, and I'm not convinced it ever fully left. Story 8. I've been holding this in for a few years now, and I need to share it with people who might understand. I've always been a pretty practical person, focused on building financial security. Real estate seemed like a smart investment, so I'd been looking around my city for properties with good potential. One Tuesday morning, I got a message from Zoe, my friend from college. We weren't super close anymore, but we kept in touch. Her text caught my attention right away. "Hey, I know you're looking for investment properties. My in-laws are selling their flat, and they're motivated sellers. It's in that new development in Parkside Heights." Parkside Heights was exactly the kind of area I was interested in. Good neighborhood, property values steadily climbing, the whole package. I texted back immediately asking for details. "It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath in a building that's only 2 years old," Zoe replied. "The thing is, my husband's brother committed suicide there last year. That's why they're selling." I paused at that. Suicide is always tragic, but I'm a realist when it comes to business. Properties with dark histories often sell below market value. I asked if they were discounting the price because of what happened. "No," Zoe wrote back. "They're actually pretty stubborn about it. They're asking full market price. I thought maybe if you saw it and made an offer, they might be more willing to negotiate with someone they don't know personally. I considered this. Even at full price, it might still be a good investment if the area continued to develop as expected, and maybe I could talk them down once I was there in person." "I'd be happy to take a look," I told her. "When would work?" Zoe arranged everything, and 2 days later, on Thursday afternoon, I drove over to Parkside Heights. The building was modern and sleek, with a secure entry system and well-maintained grounds. Objectively, it was exactly what I was looking for. Zoe's in-laws, the Millers, met me in the lobby. They were in their 60s, well-dressed, and had the strained politeness of people carrying grief. Mrs. Miller's eyes were tired despite her professional smile, and Mr. Miller's handshake was firm but brief, like he was just going through the motions. The elevator ride up to the 5th floor was uncomfortably silent. I tried making small talk about the building's amenities, but their responses were clipped. I could feel the weight of their loss hanging in the air between us. The apartment itself was beautiful. Open floor plan, high ceilings, large windows that let in plenty of natural light. The kitchen had high-end appliances and marble countertops. Everything was immaculate. Too immaculate, actually. It felt staged rather than lived in. "Everything's been repainted and deep cleaned," Mrs. Miller explained, noticing my inspection of the pristine walls. "The floors were refinished last month." I nodded, making notes on my phone as we walked through the living area and into the master bedroom. The room was spacious, with a walk-in closet and ensuite bathroom. "May I see the main bathroom?" I asked, referring to the second bathroom off the hallway. Mr. Miller visibly stiffened. "That's where it happened," he said flatly. "Where our son killed himself, in the bathtub." The bluntness caught me off guard. Mrs. Miller shot her husband a look, but then turned to me. "He was a doctor," she said, her voice tight. "He used a drug that's only available to medical staff. It was peaceful," they told us. "He just went to sleep." Her voice cracked slightly on the last word. I felt terrible for them, truly. But I also needed to see the entire property if I was going to make an offer. "I understand if you'd prefer I don't look, but I should see the whole apartment," I said gently. Mrs. Miller nodded and led me to the bathroom. It was completely renovated. New tiles, new fixtures, new everything. Not a trace remained of what had happened there. Still, knowing what took place in that very space made my skin prickle. I'm not usually sensitive to these things, but I felt a heaviness in the air that I couldn't quite explain. We finished the tour in the living room, where we discussed the asking price. As Zoe had warned, they weren't budging. I tried to explain that properties with traumatic histories typically sell for 10 to 15% below market value, but Mr. Miller cut me off. "Our son's death is not a discount opportunity," he said coldly. "The apartment has been completely redone. There's nothing wrong with it." I could see this wasn't going anywhere. I thanked them for their time, said I'd think about it, and left. The whole viewing had taken less than 40 minutes. As soon as I got into my car in the parking lot, it hit me. A crushing wave of sadness washed over me so suddenly and with such force that I actually gasped. My hands trembled on the steering wheel. The feeling was overwhelming, a deep, hopeless melancholy that made my chest physically hurt. But what really scared me were the thoughts that came with it. Sudden, intrusive thoughts about how pointless everything was, how tired I felt, how easy it would be to just end things. These thoughts terrified me because they were completely foreign to my personality. I've always been positive, solution-oriented, resilient. Even during the worst times in my life, I've never felt suicidal, not even close. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was I having some kind of panic attack? Was it just the emotional weight of being in a place where someone had died so tragically? With shaking hands, I started the car and drove home, fighting these alien emotions the entire 20-minute drive. The thoughts kept coming, whispers in my mind that didn't feel like my own voice. It doesn't get better. No one would really care. It would be so quiet, so peaceful. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I was in tears. I rushed inside, locked the door behind me and tried to call a friend, but hung up before it connected. What would I even say? I viewed an apartment and now I'm having suicidal thoughts. They'd think I was having a breakdown. Instead, I decided to distract myself. Baking had always been my go-to stress reliever, so I started making banana bread. Measuring ingredients, mixing batter. The familiar routine helped ground me a little. I kept the radio on loud, trying to drown out the dark thoughts. About 20 minutes later, something strange happened. The crushing sadness and suicidal thoughts just vanished. It wasn't gradual. They disappeared completely, as if someone had flipped a switch. One moment I was fighting tears while stirring batter, and the next I felt normal again. My own thoughts, my own emotions. I stood in my kitchen, wooden spoon in hand, completely disoriented by the sudden shift. That's when I smelled it. Cologne, a distinctly masculine scent, slightly medicinal but expensive. I froze, because I live alone. I don't use cologne, and I hadn't had any male visitors in weeks. The scent was strongest near the kitchen window. I approached cautiously, half expecting to see someone outside, but there was nothing. Just as suddenly as it appeared, the scent faded. I finished baking in a state of confused relief, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe the stress of the day had triggered some kind of emotional episode. Maybe the cologne was drifting in from a neighbor's apartment. Perfectly logical explanations, except deep down I knew, somehow I knew that whoever had been affecting me had moved on. That night, I texted Zoe about the apartment, saying I'd decided not to make an offer. Then, almost as an afterthought, I added, "This might sound weird, but did your brother-in-law wear cologne? Something kind of medicinal smelling?" Her response came immediately. "Yes. It was this fancy brand doctors apparently like. How did you know that?" I hesitated, then decided to tell her everything. The sudden depression, the suicidal thoughts that weren't mine, the scent in my kitchen. I expected her to think I was crazy. Instead, she called me right away. "Oh my God," she said when I answered. "We smelled it too, after he died. That's why we moved out after only living there for a few months. My husband couldn't handle it. He'd catch whiffs of his brother's cologne in random rooms. We thought we were imagining it until our toddler started talking about the sad man standing in the bathroom." A chill ran down my spine as she continued. "But what you're describing, feeling his depression, that's new and scary. I think his spirit might have attached itself to you somehow when you visited, like it was looking for a way out of that place." "But why would it leave after 20 minutes?" I asked. Zoe was quiet for a moment. Maybe once it was away from the place where he died, he was able to let go. Or maybe... She paused. Maybe he realized you weren't the right person to take on his pain. After we hung up, I sat in my living room trying to process everything. I've always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, but there was no denying what I experienced. Something had followed me home that day, something carrying overwhelming despair and thoughts of self-harm. And then it left, leaving only the briefest trace of its presence. It's been a few years now, and I still think about it often. I never went back to that building, and I heard through Zoe that her in-laws eventually sold the apartment at a significantly reduced price. Sometimes I wonder about the people living there now, if they feel anything unusual or catch unexpected scents in the air. As for me, I've become more sensitive to places and the energies they might contain. I pay attention to my emotional responses in unfamiliar settings, and sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a hint of that cologne, just for a split second, and I wonder if he's still out there somewhere looking for peace. Story 9. I still don't like talking about what happened that night at Nijika Castle. It's been 5 years, but the memory still makes my skin crawl. I was 19 at the time, and my friend Marta and I were on a budget tour across Poland during summer break. We'd been saving up for this trip since high school, and we were both history buffs, so staying in a medieval castle sounded like the perfect adventure. My parents had joined us for this portion of the trip. They're not usually the type to splurge on accommodations, but when they heard we could actually stay inside Nijika Castle for roughly the same price as a decent hotel, they couldn't resist. The castle wasn't as famous as Wawel or Malbork, but it was this beautiful stone structure surrounded by forest, with parts dating back to the 14th century. When we arrived, I was immediately struck by how quiet everything was. The castle had been converted into a small hotel with only a few guest rooms. The manager, an older man with a thick accent, showed us to our rooms. My parents got the larger chamber down the hall, while Marta and I were given this unique circular room inside one of the castle's pillars. It had stone walls, a small window overlooking the courtyard, and a ceiling that curved up into darkness. I remember thinking it was so cool, like something out of a fantasy movie. The room had this strange layout: a double bed pushed against one wall, a small TV on a stand, and a tiny bathroom that had obviously been added during renovation. The corners of the room were oddly shaped because of the circular structure. One corner in particular, between the bathroom door and the window, seemed darker than the rest, even with the lights on. I remember making a joke about it being the spooky corner when we first walked in. We spent the day exploring the castle and surrounding grounds. There was a tour in the afternoon where they showed us the great hall, the kitchen with its massive fireplace, and the underground chambers. The guide mentioned something about local legends, but didn't go into detail. Just standard tourist stuff about knights and medieval banquets. Nothing about ghosts or hauntings. After dinner in the castle's small restaurant, Marta and I went back to our room around 9 in the evening. My parents were tired and went to their room next door. We were planning to watch movies on Marta's laptop and just chill after a long day of sightseeing. Everything was totally normal for the first hour or so. We were sitting on the bed watching some comedy with the room lights dimmed, just relaxing. The castle had gotten really quiet by then. I remember hearing the occasional creak or distant door closing, but nothing unusual for an old building. It was around 10:30 when everything changed. I can't really explain how it started. There wasn't a specific sound or movement that triggered it. It was more like the air in the room suddenly became heavy, like when you're about to get bad news and you can feel it coming. Marta and I both stopped paying attention to the movie at exactly the same moment. I remember looking at her and seeing her expression change to match what I was feeling. "Do you feel that?" she whispered, and I just nodded. The best way I can describe it is that the atmosphere in the room had shifted. The temperature hadn't dropped. That's just in movies, but there was this weight pressing down on us, a heaviness that wasn't physical but emotional, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing, and you can sense the tension, even though nobody's speaking. I remember glancing around, thinking maybe there was a draft or something logical to explain it. But there was nothing. Just this overwhelming sense of, I don't know, negativity. It felt like being watched by someone who didn't want us there. Marta paused the movie, and we sat in silence for a moment. That's when I noticed we were both staring at the same corner of the room. That darker corner I'd joked about earlier. There was absolutely nothing there that I could see with my eyes. The corner was empty. But in my mind, I could sense something, someone. "There's someone standing there," Marta whispered, and my blood went cold, because I was thinking the exact same thing. "A woman," I replied, my voice barely audible. Marta nodded slowly. "With blonde hair. Golden blonde." I felt a chill run through my entire body. That's exactly what I was sensing too. A woman with long golden blonde hair. I couldn't see her, not with my eyes anyway, but I knew she was there. I knew exactly where she was standing, how tall she was, even the way her hair fell around her shoulders. "She's angry," I whispered, and Marta gripped my arm so tight it hurt. "And sad. So sad." Her voice was shaking. We sat frozen, staring at this empty corner that somehow wasn't empty at all. I'd never experienced anything like it before. It wasn't like seeing a ghost in the traditional sense. There was no transparent figure or wispy apparition. It was more like my mind was receiving information about her presence as clearly as if she were physically standing there. The presence seemed to be projecting emotions directly into our consciousness. Overwhelming grief mixed with anger, a sense of injustice, and beneath it all, a strange protective energy, like she was guarding something. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream for my parents who were just in the next room, but I couldn't move. My entire body felt heavy, pinned to the bed by fear. Marta was trembling beside me, and I realized I was too. "Should we say something to her?" Marta whispered. The thought of actually acknowledging this, whatever it was, made my stomach turn. "No," I said firmly, "don't talk to it." Time seemed to stretch out. I have no idea how long we sat there, huddled together, staring at that corner. It could have been minutes or hours. The movie on the laptop had long since gone to screensaver. The only sound was our breathing and the occasional distant creak from somewhere in the castle. Eventually, Marta reached out with a shaking hand and turned on the bedside lamp. The room filled with yellow light, but it did nothing to dispel the sense of that presence. If anything, the shadows seemed deeper, more defined. "I can't sleep with her here," Marta whispered. "We could go to my parents' room," I suggested, but neither of us moved. The idea of getting out of bed, of potentially walking past that corner where she stood, was terrifying. What if acknowledging her made things worse? What if trying to leave angered her? So we did what scared people do. We pulled the covers up, huddled together in the center of the bed, and waited. I remember checking the time on my phone, 11:45, nearly midnight. "I'm going to try to sleep," I whispered to Marta. "Maybe if we ignore it, it'll go away." But I didn't sleep. Not really. I drifted in and out of a light doze, always aware of that presence in the corner. Every time I opened my eyes, I could still sense her there. Still blonde, still sad, still angry. Sometime around 4 in the morning, I woke from a fitful sleep and realized the feeling had changed. The heaviness was gone. The room felt normal again, just an odd-shaped chamber in an old castle. Marta was asleep beside me, her face finally relaxed. The corner was just a corner now. When morning came, we were both exhausted. We didn't talk about what had happened right away. It was like we needed time to process it, to figure out if it had been real or if we'd somehow fed off each other's imagination. At breakfast, my mom commented that we looked terrible. didn't sleep well in your castle tower?" she asked. That's when we finally started talking about it. Hesitantly at first, each of us afraid the other would dismiss it as a dream or overactive imagination. But as we described what we'd experienced, it became clear we'd sensed exactly the same thing. The blonde woman. The corner she stood in. The emotions she projected, everything matched perfectly, down to the smallest detail. The older man who managed the castle overheard us talking. He approached our table with a curious expression. "You saw the lady?" he asked, his accent thick, but his English clear enough my heart skipped. "The lady?" He nodded, pulling up a chair without asking. "The lady of Nijika Castle. She is famous in local stories. According to him, there was a legend about a young woman with golden blonde hair who lived in the castle hundreds of years ago. She was supposedly the daughter of a nobleman who owned the castle during the 16th century. The story went that she fell in love with someone her father disapproved of, a servant or a man from a rival family, depending on who told the tale. When her father discovered their relationship, he flew into a rage. In some versions of the story, he killed the young man. In others, he merely sent him away. But in all versions, the blonde woman was devastated. She either committed suicide by throwing herself into the castle well, or her father murdered her and disposed of her body there. "The story says she protects something in the castle," the manager explained, "something precious she hid before her death. Some say it's letters from her lover, others say it's a child born of their union. Nobody knows for sure." I felt sick. Marta looked pale. "Where was the well located?" she asked quietly. The manager pointed toward the floor. "Below the North Tower, below your room. We hadn't known any of this. We hadn't read about the castle's legends before our stay. We hadn't heard ghost stories from other guests. Yet somehow we'd both sensed the exact same presence. A blonde woman, filled with sadness and anger, standing in the corner of our room, protecting something. It's been 5 years, and I still can't explain what happened that night. How did Marta and I perceive exactly the same entity? Why could we sense her so clearly in our minds, while seeing nothing with our eyes? And the coincidence between what we experienced and the castle's legend is too precise to be random. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of mental telepathy between Marta and me, or if we really did encounter the spirit of that woman from centuries ago. All I know for certain is that something was in that room with us that night. Something that didn't want to be forgotten. Something that wanted us to know she was still there, still watching, still protecting whatever secret she took to her grave. I've never felt anything like it before or since. But I also haven't stayed in any more castles. Story 10? I seriously don't know where to start with this, but I feel like I need to tell someone. It's been 2 weeks since our senior class trip to Washington, D.C., and I still can't sleep with the lights off. My parents think I'm just being dramatic, but they weren't there. They didn't see what we saw. There were 32 of us on the trip, plus 4 teachers as chaperones. Me, Melissa, and Kate were assigned to room 315. It was a standard hotel room. 2 queen beds, a small desk by the window, a TV on the dresser, and a bathroom. Nothing fancy, nothing weird, at least not at first. The first day of the trip had been exhausting. We'd spent hours walking around monuments and museums, and by the time we got back to the hotel, we were dead on our feet. After dinner in the hotel restaurant, most of us just wanted to crash. Kate was the first one to fall asleep. She literally face-planted onto the bed closest to the door and was out within minutes. Melissa decided to take a shower before bed, so I was just sitting on the other bed, scrolling through my phone, trying to get a decent Wi-Fi connection. That's when I first heard it, this weird mumbling or humming sound. It was really soft at first, almost like someone talking under their breath. I glanced over at Kate, thinking maybe she was talking in her sleep. She's done that before on other trips. But her face was buried in the pillow, and the sound wasn't coming from her direction anyway. It seemed to be coming from the wall near the bathroom. I figured it was just Melissa singing in the shower or something, though it didn't really sound like her. The voice had this weird quality to it, kind of hollow and vibrating at the same time. I know that doesn't make sense, but that's the best way I can describe it. It wasn't threatening or anything, just odd. I tried to ignore it and went back to my phone. A few minutes later, Melissa came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, drying her hair with a towel. "Were you just humming in there?" I asked her. She gave me this confused look. "No, I wasn't making any noise." "I definitely heard someone humming or mumbling or something," I said. "It wasn't Kate. She's been knocked out this whole time." Melissa got this weird look on her face. "That's strange. Last night when you guys were asleep, I heard this tapping sound coming from that cabinet." She pointed to the cabinet under the TV. The moment, and I mean the literal second, she said that we both heard it. Tap, 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 like fingernails against wood, coming from exactly where she was pointing. I'm not kidding. We both froze. Goosebumps erupted all over my arms. Melissa's eyes got huge. The tapping sound came again. Tap, 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 in this weird rhythmic pattern. "Is that a pipe or something?" I whispered, even though I knew it wasn't. It sounded nothing like water pipes. Melissa shook her head slowly, still staring at the cabinet. "I don't think so." Right then, the air conditioner kicked on, which wouldn't have been weird except for how it sounded. Instead of the usual constant hum, it was pulsing, like someone was repeatedly pressing the power button. On, off, on, off, on, off, making the room alternately blow cold air, then stop over and over. "That's not normal," Melissa whispered, and I could hear the fear in her voice. I wanted to wake Kate up, but something told me not to move from the bed. It felt safer somehow, like whatever was happening might get worse if we acknowledged it too much. The tapping continued, and the air conditioner kept doing its weird pulsing thing. And then I remembered something my grandmother always said about hotel rooms. I reached over to the nightstand drawer and pulled out the Gideon Bible that's always in there. "What are you doing?" Melissa asked, her voice shaking a little. "I don't know. Maybe it'll help." I opened it randomly, not even looking at what page I landed on. I wasn't super religious or anything, but at that moment, it felt like the right thing to do. Melissa came over and sat next to me on the bed. "Should we turn off the main light?" she asked. We had the ceiling light on and a small lamp by the bed. I nodded, not trusting my voice. Melissa got up quickly, hit the switch by the door, and practically ran back to the bed. The room was dimmer now, just lit by the bedside lamp. Somehow that made the tapping sound louder. We started flipping through the Bible, not even reading it, just holding it between us like some kind of shield. Melissa started whispering prayers. Real ones, not just the "please God help us" kind that I was thinking. She grew up going to church every Sunday, so she knew actual prayers. The weirdest thing happened when she started praying. The tapping stopped, just completely stopped. The air conditioner went back to normal too. For about 30 seconds I thought maybe it was over, whatever it was. Then there were 3 loud, distinct knocks. Bang, bang, bang from inside the cabinet. Not gentle tapping anymore, but like someone was pounding their fist against it from the inside. Kate didn't even stir, which seemed impossible given how loud it was. Melissa gasped and gripped my arm so hard it hurt. "It's mocking," she whispered. "What do you mean?" I could barely get the words out. 3 knocks. It's mocking the Holy Spirit, the Trinity. Her voice was so quiet I could barely hear her, but the certainty in it scared me more than anything else. We sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes or so, just holding the Bible and whispering. The tapping didn't come back, but the air in the room felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. Kate was still asleep, completely oblivious to everything. Eventually, we decided we needed to try to sleep. Melissa said she'd leave the lamp on, but I could tell she was exhausted. Within minutes of lying down, her breathing got deep and regular, I was still wide awake, too scared to close my eyes. I must have been lying there for about an hour when I decided to turn off the lamp. It was keeping me awake, and I figured if nothing else had happened, maybe whatever it was had gone away. Big mistake. The moment the room went dark, I regretted it. But I was too scared to reach out and turn the lamp back on, like maybe the movement would attract attention to me. So I just lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. That's when I noticed it. The darkness wasn't even. There was a patch of floor near the bathroom door that was somehow visible, like it was glowing very faintly. The rest of the room seemed to be getting darker around it, like the darkness was thickening everywhere else. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, I realized I could see something in the corner of the room. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, like someone who'd been stretched out. I couldn't see any features. It was just a darker shape against the dark wall. But I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it. I wanted to scream, to wake up Melissa and Kate, to run from the room, but I couldn't move. It was like my body wasn't mine anymore. The figure didn't move toward me, but it didn't need to. Just its presence was enough to make me feel like I was drowning in fear. I don't know how, but I managed to reach over and turn the lamp back on. The second the light came on, the figure was gone. The patch of glowing floor was gone. Everything looked normal, except for my face reflected in the mirror across the room. I was as white as a sheet, and there were tears streaming down my cheeks that I hadn't even realized I was crying. The movement woke Melissa up. She took one look at my face and sat up. "You saw it too," she whispered. It wasn't a question. I nodded, still not able to speak. She started crying too, silently, and reached for the Bible again. We ended up putting it between us as we huddled together on my bed. Kate slept through the entire night, never waking once. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have at some point. When I woke up the next morning, everything felt hazy, like maybe it had all been a nightmare. But then I saw Melissa's face at breakfast. She looked as shell-shocked as I felt, with dark circles under her eyes. We pulled one of our teachers aside, Mrs. Bennett, and tried to explain what had happened. I could tell she didn't believe us. She had that patient, humoring the dramatic teenager's expression until we mentioned the room number. Her face changed completely. "That's strange," she said slowly. "Jason and Tyler came to me this morning, saying they heard strange noises in their room last night too. They're just down the hall from you. We switched hotels that night. Mrs. Bennett told everyone it was because of plumbing issues, but I saw her talking intently with the other teachers at lunch, all of them looking concerned. We never found out what Jason and Tyler experienced, and honestly, I was too freaked out to ask. Kate thinks we made it all up. She says we probably just scared ourselves by talking about ghost stories before bed, but that's not what happened. We weren't talking about anything scary. She fell asleep before we even had a chance to chat. I still don't know what was in that room with us. I don't know why it chose to show itself or what it wanted. All I know is that I've never felt anything like that before, and I hope I never do again. That feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist, it changes you. 2 weeks later, and I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear tapping from inside my closet. My mum says it's just the house settling, but I know better now. There are things in this world we can't explain, things that exist in the spaces between what we can see. And once you've seen them, you can't unsee them. The worst part is that Melissa and I haven't really talked about it since we got back. It's like we both want to pretend it never happened. But sometimes I'll catch her eye in the hallway at school, and I can tell she's thinking about it too. About that corner of the room where something was standing, about those 3 loud knocks. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened in room 315, but I know it was real, and I know that whatever was there is probably still there, waiting for the next guests to turn out the lights. Story 11. I never believed in the paranormal until it started happening to me and my family. I'm not talking about things that go bump in the night or creaky floorboards. I'm talking about real experiences that have left us questioning everything we thought we knew about reality. It started gradually about 7 years ago. At first, we'd joke about the ghosts in our house whenever something went missing or a door would close on its own. You know, the usual stuff that's easy to brush off. But then we started noticing shadows, not just any shadows, distinct figures that would appear and disappear in different parts of the house. The most common one was this little girl. She looked about 5 years old with this curly hair and always wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress, kind of misty and white. She wasn't scary at first. She'd just appear, sometimes in the hallway, sometimes at the foot of the stairs, and then vanish if you looked directly at her. The weird thing is that only the women in the family could see her. My mum would mention seeing her, then my sister would say she saw her too, in the exact same spot, wearing the exact same thing. I thought they were messing with me until I started seeing her myself. Then there's the man. Tall, broad-shouldered, always wearing this top hat. He's different from the little girl. There's something more intimidating about him. He doesn't do anything, just stands and stares. It's the staring that gets to you, like he's watching, waiting for something. What's really freaked us out is that my ex-boyfriend once came over and said, "Hey, why is your brother just standing there in that weird hat?" My brother wasn't even home that day. When my ex went to check, there was nobody there. He's the only man who's ever seen any of our house guests, as my mum sarcastically calls them now. Female visitors have seen the girl too. My cousins stayed over for a weekend and casually mentioned at breakfast, "So, who's the little girl with curly hair?" We all just looked at each other. Nobody wanted to be the one to tell her that there wasn't supposed to be any little girl in the house. I could handle the occasional sightings. We all kind of got used to them, as crazy as that sounds. But what's been happening lately is on a whole different level. It was about 3 months ago when things escalated. My mum woke up in the middle of the night, absolutely terrified. I heard her yelling from down the hall, "No, go away! You're not welcome here!" I rushed to their bedroom and found my dad trying to shake her awake. Her eyes were wide open, but she wasn't seeing him. She was seeing something else. When she finally came to, she was drenched in sweat. She described feeling completely paralyzed, unable to move her arms or legs. There was this immense pressure on her chest, like someone or something was sitting on top of her, pressing down. The worst part was that she couldn't see what was doing it. She just knew there was a presence there, something malevolent trying to reach her. "It felt like it was trying to get inside me," she said, her voice shaking. I could feel it pressing against not just my body, but like it was trying to press against my mind, if that makes any sense. It didn't stop there. That same night, my dad had to wake her up 4 more times. Each time, the same thing happened. Paralysis, pressure, terror. But each time, the experience was slightly different. Once, she felt like something was pulling at her feet. Another time, she felt cold breath on her face. The next morning, we were all exhausted. Mom looked like she'd aged overnight. "I've never experienced anything like that before," she said over coffee. It wasn't a nightmare. It was real. What makes this even more disturbing is that it reminded me of something that happened a few years back when my brother's girlfriend stayed over. I remember being woken up by these weird choking sounds coming from his room. I thought maybe someone was sick or something, so I got up to check. When I got to his door, I heard my brother saying, it's okay, you're awake now." I knocked and went in. His girlfriend was sitting up in bed, hyperventilating, tears streaming down her face. The next morning, she told us what happened. She'd woken up in the middle of the night and couldn't move a muscle. She was completely paralyzed, but her eyes were open. And there, standing next to the bed, was the little girl with curly hair, but something was wrong. The girl's face was distorted, almost demonic. Her eyes were completely black, and she had this smile that stretched too wide across her face. She wasn't the same girl I've seen around the house before, his girlfriend said. I mean, it was her, but she wasn't innocent anymore. There was this anger coming off of her in waves. I could feel it, this negative, horrible energy. She tried to wake my brother but couldn't move or speak properly. All she could do was make those choking noises I'd heard. By the time my brother woke up and shook her out of it, the girl was gone. His girlfriend refused to stay over after that. Can't say I blame her. I thought I'd be spared from these experiences. I'd seen the shadows, seen the girl and the man, but never felt threatened by them. That changed last week. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from work. I fell asleep almost instantly, but woke up a few hours later with that feeling you get when someone's watching you. My closet door was open, just a crack, but I always keep it closed. As I stared at it, I became aware that I couldn't move, not even a finger. My whole body felt like it was made of lead. Then I felt it, a presence emerging from the closet. I couldn't see anything, but I knew something was there, moving toward my bed. The air got colder, heavier. I tried to scream, but my throat was frozen too. All I could do was lie there as I felt this thing tower over me. The pressure started gradually, first on my legs, then my stomach, then my chest. It was like someone was slowly sitting on me, getting heavier and heavier until I could barely breathe. I tried to shake my head, the only movement I thought I might be able to manage, but even that was impossible. What terrifies me the most is how similar my experience was to my mum's. The exact same type of sleep paralysis, the exact same feeling of a malevolent presence, the exact same pressure. When I finally told her about it the next day, the color drained from her face. That's exactly what happened to me, she whispered. Exactly. It's one thing to experience sleep paralysis. I know it's relatively common, and there are scientific explanations for it. But for multiple people in the same house to experience almost identical episodes, and for those episodes to tie in with the shadow figures we've all been seeing for years, that goes beyond coincidence. We've tried to rationalize it. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, but we've had detectors installed for years, and they've never gone off. We've checked for mold, for gas leaks, for anything that could explain what's happening. Nothing. My sister suggested we look into the history of the house, so we did. It was built in the 1970s, and as far as we can tell, nothing particularly tragic happened here. No deaths, no murders, nothing that would explain what we're experiencing. We've considered moving, but honestly, we can't afford to right now. And part of me wonders if these things would follow us anyway. They feel attached to us, not just to the house. Last night, I woke up again to that same paralysis. This time, I felt something sitting on the edge of my bed. The mattress dipped, and I felt a cold spot next to my legs. Then slowly, something cold touched my hand. Not like a human hand, more like something that was trying to mimic one, but didn't quite get it right. The fingers were too long, too cold, too wrong. I lay there, unable to move, as whatever it was traced patterns on my hand with its finger, circles at first, then more complex shapes that seemed to burn into my skin, even though they left no marks. All the while, I could feel it watching me, enjoying my fear. When I finally broke free of the paralysis, I sat up gasping for air. Nothing was there, of course, but the cold spot remained for several minutes afterward, as if something was still sitting there, invisible now, but still present. I didn't tell my family about last night. I don't want to scare them more than they already are, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever these things are, they're getting stronger, more confident, like they're testing us, seeing how far they can go. The little girl appeared to me this morning, standing at the end of the hallway. For the first time ever, she smiled at me. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was knowing, almost triumphant. Then she turned and walked through the wall, vanishing. I don't know what's happening in our house. I don't know if we're all collectively losing our minds or if there's something here with us that shouldn't be. All I know is that night is coming again, and I'm terrified of closing my eyes. Story 12. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural before this happened to me. I guess I still don't know exactly what to believe, but I know what I experienced was real. Andy was my boyfriend's cousin. We weren't particularly close when he was alive. Just the kind of relationship where you're friendly at family gatherings, make small talk, that sort of thing. He was a nice kid, always smiling, just turned 19. I remember thinking he had his whole life ahead of him. Then the accident happened. It was summer, and Andy had gone swimming with some friends at the river. The current that day was stronger than they expected. His friends said 1 minute he was there, laughing and splashing around, and the next he was gone, pulled under by the current. They searched for hours. They finally found his body about 2 miles downstream. I still remember the funeral. His mom couldn't stop crying. None of us could really process it. About a month after Andy died, the phone calls started. The first one came at exactly 3 in the morning. I remember because the ringing jolted me awake, and I fumbled for the phone in the dark, squinting at my alarm clock. 3 a.m. Who calls at 3 in the morning? My heart was racing as I answered, thinking it must be an emergency. "Hello?" I said, trying to sound alert despite having just woken up. There was no response, just a weird static noise, like an old radio trying to find a station. I could hear bits and pieces of different sounds, snippets of songs, voices talking over each other, more static. I figured it was a wrong number or a bad connection. "Hello?" I tried again. "Is anyone there?" More static, and then I heard it. A voice I recognized immediately. "Hey, it's Andy." I froze. My blood ran cold. It was his voice, unmistakably his voice. I hung up immediately. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. I sat up in bed, turning on the lamp, trying to convince myself I'd dreamed it or misheard. It couldn't possibly have been Andy. Andy was dead. I didn't fall back asleep that night. The next night, exactly at 3 a.m., the phone rang again. I stared at it, terrified, letting it ring several times before I finally worked up the courage to answer. "Hello?" I whispered. The same static, the same radio interference, then his voice again. "Hey, it's me. Why did you hang up last night?" I hung up again. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. The calls continued every single night at exactly 3 a.m. Same static, same voice. After about a week, I stopped hanging up immediately. I'd listen, frozen with fear as Andy talked. He'd ask how I was doing, tell me not to be scared. The conversations were brief at first. I was too frightened to say much back. But as the weeks passed, something strange happened. I started to get used to the calls. The fear began to fade, replaced by curiosity and then a sort of comfort. I started talking back. Our conversations got longer. He never mentioned being dead or anything supernatural. He'd talk about places he'd visited, things he'd seen, beautiful sunsets in countries I'd never been to, mountains and oceans and cities full of lights. After about a month of these nightly calls, I started to question my sanity. Was I hallucinating? Having some kind of psychotic break? I decided to change my phone number, thinking that would stop whatever was happening. It didn't. The night after I changed my number, at exactly 3 a.m., the phone rang. Same static, same voice. "Why'd you change your number?" Andy asked. He sounded hurt. That's when I really freaked out. I called my mom the next day. My mother is Japanese and grew up with beliefs about spirits and the afterlife that I'd always dismissed as superstition. I was desperate enough to tell her everything. I expected her to be concerned about my mental health, maybe suggest therapy. Instead, she nodded like what I was describing made perfect sense. "Some spirits don't know they've passed," she said. "Others know but aren't ready to move on. They find ways to communicate with the living." She didn't think I was crazy. She believed me. That alone was such a relief I broke down crying. My mom suggested I keep talking to Andy. "He's reaching out for a reason," she said. "Maybe you can help him find peace." So I did. Every night at 3 a.m. for the next 2 years, I talked with Andy. My mom even took calls from him sometimes. She tried everything she could think of to help him transition. Consulting psychics, bringing in shamans, setting up different religious symbols around my apartment. Nothing changed the pattern of the calls, but I think it gave my mum comfort to feel like she was helping. The weird thing is, through those calls, I developed a deeper friendship with Andy than we ever had when he was alive. I learned he was curious about everything, had a sharp sense of humor, and was an amazing listener. He never talked about his death or seemed confused or lost like you'd expect a ghost to be. He just talked about his travels, the amazing things he was seeing. "I'm in Tokyo tonight," he might say, describing the neon lights and bustling streets in such vivid detail I could almost see them. Or, "You should see the northern lights. They're more beautiful than anything I could explain." Sometimes I'd ask him directly, "Andy, do you know what happened to you? Do you know your—" I could never finish that sentence. He'd always change the subject. "Tell me about your day," he'd say. "How's college going? Did you finish that paper you were worried about?" I learned not to push. Whatever was happening, whatever state of existence Andy was in, it seemed to have its own rules. The calls became the most important part of my day. I'd find myself looking forward to 3 a.m., planning what I wanted to tell Andy, what questions I wanted to ask him. I told him things I'd never told anyone. About my fears, my dreams, my deepest thoughts. He always listened. He always cared. Somewhere around the 2-year mark, the calls started to change. The static got heavier, Andy's voice became harder to hear, like he was calling from somewhere increasingly distant. Our conversations got shorter as I struggled to make out what he was saying. "I can barely hear you," I'd say, pressing the phone hard against my ear. "I know," he'd reply, his voice fading in and out. "It's getting harder to connect." Then one night, he said something that chilled me. "I think this might be the last time we talk." His voice came through the static, barely audible. "What? Why?" I asked, panic rising in my chest. "I have to go further now," he said. "I've stayed too long already." "Go where?" I begged. "Andy, please don't go." The static overwhelmed his response. I could only make out fragments. "Beautiful there. Don't worry about me. Thank you for—" Then the line went dead. I waited by the phone the next night, and the next, and the next. 3 a.m. would come and go in silence. The calls never came again. It's been over 20 years now. I've never told many people about this. Who would believe me? But I think about Andy often. I wonder where he went, if he finally moved on to whatever comes after this life, or maybe he's still traveling, seeing beautiful things just too far away now to call. I hope his family somehow reads this someday. I want them to know that Andy didn't just disappear. His spirit, his essence, whatever you want to call it, continued on. He was still himself after death. Curious, kind, funny. Still the Andy they loved, just in a different form. I don't know what happens after we die. I don't know how Andy was able to call me or why he chose to. But I know those calls were real. They changed me forever. They showed me there are things in this world, or beyond it, that we can't explain with science or logic. Sometimes late at night, I still find myself looking at the phone around 3 a.m., just in case. The call never comes, but I like to think Andy is still out there somewhere, watching beautiful sunsets, standing under the northern lights, seeing all the places he never got to visit in his too short life. And sometimes, when my phone has a moment of static or drops a call for no reason, I smile and whisper, "Hi, Andy," just in case he's checking in. Story 13. I never thought my job as a nail tech would lead me to something like this. It still gives me chills thinking about it, and it's been over 3 months now. I'm sharing this because I honestly don't know how to process what happened, and maybe writing it down will help. I run a 24-hour nail salon in Bangkok. It's not fancy or anything, just a small shop I opened 5 years ago after saving up enough money. Most nail places close around 10 or 11 at night, but I noticed there was actually decent demand for late-night services. People work all kinds of hours here, and tourists are often jet-lagged and awake at odd times. Plus, the extra money helps with raising my 2 kids as a single mom. There was this one regular customer, I'll call her Nan. She always, and I mean always, booked appointments between 2 and 3 in the morning. The first few times I thought it was strange, but then it became her thing. She was in her late 20s, pretty, always dressed really nice. But every single time she showed up, she was completely drunk. Not just tipsy. I mean, she could barely sit straight in my chair. Nan would stumble in, giggling and slurring her words, reeking of alcohol. She'd say things like, "Make them beautiful, Pie. I need beautiful nails." Then within 15 minutes of starting, she'd be snoring. That wouldn't be so bad except for the jerking. Her whole body would suddenly twitch or jolt while she was sleeping, sometimes so violently that I'd have to pull my hands away to avoid messing up or hurting her. What should have been 2-hour appointments regularly turned into 4-hour marathons. I put up with it because, honestly, she paid well and always tipped extra for the inconvenience. But after a while, it got to be too much. The last time she came in, about 4 months ago, she knocked over my polish display when she fell asleep and nearly fell out of the chair. I decided then that I couldn't take her appointments anymore. So when she messaged me 3 weeks ago to book for Friday at 2:30 in the morning, I was going to say no, I really was. But that same day, I got a notice from my kids' school about a fee increase for the next term. The extra money would help, and I figured I could handle one more session with her. I confirmed the booking and sent her the usual reminder the day before. Friday night came and I was ready. I had all her favorite colors out. She always went for these elaborate designs with tiny crystals and metallic accents. 2:30 came and went, then 2:45. By 3, I was annoyed, but also relieved. My policy is that appointments more than 15 minutes late are automatically cancelled, so I packed up and went home early. I didn't think much about it the next day until I got a message from a number I didn't recognize around noon. They asked if Nan had booked an appointment with me the night before. I confirmed that she had, but didn't show up. Then they asked if I did off-site nail services and would I be willing to do them for extra pay that night. I do occasionally do house calls for long-term clients or special events, so I said it was possible, depending on the time and location. That's when they sent the address. It was for Vol.400, one of the local temples. I was confused and asked why they wanted me to do nails at a temple. There was a long pause before the reply came, "Can you do nails for a dead person?" My hands started shaking so bad I nearly dropped my phone. I called the number immediately, and a woman answered. She introduced herself as Nan's cousin and told me what had happened. Nan had been out drinking with friends Thursday night as usual. Around 2 in the morning, she insisted she needed to leave for her nail appointment with me. Her friends tried to stop her. She was way too drunk to drive, and they offered to call her a taxi, but she kept saying, "Just let me go, or else I won't die with my eyes closed." It's an old Thai saying that basically means you're determined to do something no matter what. She never made it to my shop. Her motorbike crashed into a divider on Sukhumvit Road just 15 minutes after she left the bar. She died instantly. I couldn't breathe when I heard this. I kept thinking about how I'd been irritated when she didn't show up. How I'd been almost glad to not deal with her drunken state, and all that time she was already gone. The cousin explained that they were preparing for the funeral ceremony, but there was a problem. Nan's eyes wouldn't close. They'd tried everything, but they remained open, staring. In Thai culture, this is considered a very bad omen, suggesting the spirit isn't at peace. The family was desperate and remembered how much Nan loved getting her nails done. They thought maybe if they fulfilled her last wish, her spirit might find peace. I couldn't bring myself to go to the temple and do her nails on her body. The thought was too overwhelming, but I offered to create press-on nail sets with her favorite designs and send them over, free of charge. The cousins seemed relieved and thankful. I spent the rest of the afternoon making 3 sets of press-on nails. One with the red glitter design she always asked for, one with tiny crystals arranged in flower patterns, and one with the gold chrome finish she'd gotten for special occasions. I put so much care into each one, tears streaming down my face the whole time. When I finished, I felt this strong urge to say something to her. I picked up my phone and recorded a video message. I hadn't planned what to say, it just came pouring out. "Nan, I'm so sorry I can't be there to do your nails one last time. I wish I could tell you how much I appreciated you as a customer, even when you made my job difficult. Your love for beautiful nails always made me smile, and I put all my heart into these designs for you. I hope wherever you are, you're at peace, and your spirit can rest. I'm sorry I wasn't there when you tried to come to your appointment. Please forgive me." I sent the video along with the nails to her cousin. I didn't expect anything to come of it, but the next day, the video somehow got shared and went viral online. People were touched by the story, and it spread quickly through social media. 2 days later, Nan's mother called me. She thanked me for the nails and the video, saying it had served as an important lesson for society about drinking and driving. She told me they planned to put the nails on Nan's body during the cremation ceremony, and asked if I would mind if they played my video message at the funeral. I agreed, though the thought made me nervous. She promised to let me know what happened. The funeral was held 3 days later. I didn't attend. I didn't feel it was my place. But that evening, Nan's mother called me again. Her voice was shaking as she described what had happened. They had played my video message right before the cremation was to begin. As my voice echoed through the temple speaking those final words, several people gasped and pointed at Nan's body. Her eyes, which had remained stubbornly open since her death, slowly closed. The monks present said they had never seen anything like it. Nan's mother was convinced that her daughter's spirit had been waiting for something, perhaps the fulfillment of her last wish, or maybe just to hear someone acknowledge her passing with kindness. Whatever the reason, she seemed to finally be at peace. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about Nan, about life and death and all the strange connections we form with people we barely know. Around 1:30 in the morning, I decided to go to my shop. Sometimes working calms my mind, and I had a few supplies to organize. The streets were nearly empty as I drove. When I arrived at my shop around 2 in the morning, right around the time Nan would usually book her appointments, I put my key in the lock and heard something that made my entire body go cold. A soft whisper right by my ear. "Thank you." I spun around, but the street was empty. The sound had been so clear, so close, I could almost feel the breath on my skin. It was a woman's voice, gentle and familiar. I stood frozen for several minutes, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Finally, I managed to unlock the door and step inside, turning on every light in the shop. I sat at my table, hands shaking, and whispered back, "You're welcome, Nan. Rest well." I've never felt anything like that before or since. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or spirits, but I know what I heard. I think Nan came back one last time, not for a manicure, but to say goodbye. I still work the overnight hours at my shop, but sometimes around 2 or 3 in the morning, I feel a strange calm settle over the place. The air gets a little warmer, a little heavier. I've started keeping a small space at my table clear, just in case she ever wants to visit again. And sometimes, when I'm working alone in those quiet hours, I talk to her as if she's sitting there, telling her about new nail designs I think she would have loved. I don't know if what happened was real, or just my mind trying to make sense of a tragic situation. But I know that I'll never forget Nan or that whispered thank you in the darkness. Some customers leave a lasting impression on you, I guess, even after they're gone. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts until I moved into that house. Looking back, I should have listened to my ex-husband Mark. Not about staying married. We both knew that ship had sailed, and honestly, we're better as friends than we ever were as spouses. But he warned me about buying a fixer-upper on the river. You can barely keep a houseplant alive, he'd said. What makes you think you can handle a Victorian money pit? But I was stubborn. After our divorce was finalized, I wanted something that was completely mine, something with a view, something with character. And when I saw that old Victorian house sitting right on the riverbank, something just clicked. Even with its peeling paint and sagging porch, I could see what it could become. The real estate agent kept emphasizing it was price to sell, which was just a nicer way of saying it was a complete disaster inside. The bank had repossessed it from the previous owners, and when I first walked through, I understood why no one had snatched it up yet. It was like walking through the aftermath of a decade-long frat party. There were three different bars built throughout the house. One in the living room, one in what should have been a dining room, and bizarrely, one in a bedroom upstairs. Empty liquor bottles were still scattered around when I first viewed it. The walls had holes punched through them, some patched over with those cheap paneling sheets. Everything inside screamed, alcoholics lived here and trashed the place. But I saw past all that to the original woodwork underneath, the river views from almost every window, and the potential. It was slightly out of my budget, but with the condition it was in, I managed to negotiate the price down even further. Mark helped me crunch the numbers, and while he still thought I was crazy, he agreed it was doable if I was willing to live in a construction zone for a while. The first 3 months were just demolition and basic repairs. I couldn't afford to hire contractors for everything, so I learned to do a lot myself. YouTube became my best friend. I ripped out that awful paneling, patched walls, painted, and slowly brought the house back to something habitable. It was still far from perfect, but it was clean and functional, and I was proud of what I'd accomplished. That's when the weird stuff started happening. At first, it was just small things. I'd put my coffee mug down on the kitchen counter, turn around to grab something from the fridge, and when I turned back, the mug would be gone. I'd searched the entire house, convinced I was losing my mind, only to find it days or even weeks later, sitting exactly where I thought I'd left it. This happened with my keys, my phone, books. Anything I used regularly would just vanish, then reappear as if it had never been missing. Then there were the objects that weren't mine. I'd come downstairs in the morning to find antique items sitting on tables or shelves, a brass candlestick, a hand mirror with mother-of-pearl inlay, a small tin box with faded flowers painted on it. Beautiful things, but nothing I'd ever seen before. The first time it happened, I called Mark, thinking maybe he'd stopped by and left something, but he hadn't been to the house in weeks. The nights were the strangest. I'd be reading in bed or watching something on my laptop when I'd notice small orbs of light dancing across the walls. Not reflections. I checked for that. They moved with purpose, floating around the room before disappearing through the ceiling or walls. I started leaving my bedside lamp on all night. The house itself seemed to react to emotions. If my daughter Lily and I had an argument, the pipes would suddenly clang and bang throughout the entire house. If I had a date over, which wasn't often, but still, the floorboards would creak and groan, as if someone was pacing back and forth outside the bedroom door. The first time it happened, my date left in a hurry and never called me again. My daughter Lily was 11 when we moved in, and she adjusted better than I expected. She loved having the river right outside and would spend hours watching the water from her bedroom window. But about 2 months after we moved in, something happened that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was in the kitchen making dinner when Lily came running down the stairs, her face white as a sheet. She was trembling so hard she could barely speak. When I finally calmed her down enough, she told me she'd been playing in her room, singing to herself, probably a bit loudly. She was going through a pop star phase. She said she'd heard a deep male voice, clear as day, say, "Shut your mouth, little lady." There was nobody else in the house, nobody. After that, Lily refused to be upstairs alone. I didn't blame her. I started feeling uneasy up there too. About 6 months after moving in, I finally met my closest neighbor, Fred. He was in his 70s and had lived in the house next door for over 40 years. We got to talking over the fence one day, and I mentioned some of the strange things happening in my house, trying to make it sound like I was joking about it. Fred didn't laugh. "That place has history," he told me, leaning on his rake. Bad history. According to Fred, sometime in the 1970s, a man had been murdered in my garage. He didn't know many details. He'd moved in a few years after it happened, but the story around the neighborhood was that it had been a robbery gone wrong. The victim had been found with his throat cut. The garage had been converted into a living space by the alcoholic previous owners, and I'd been using it as a home office. After learning this, I couldn't work in there without feeling like someone was standing behind me. I didn't tell Lily about the murder. She was already having nightmares about the voice she'd heard, and I didn't want to make things worse. Instead, I smudged the house with sage, something I found online that was supposed to clear negative energy, put salt across all the doorways, and even had a priest come bless the place. Nothing changed. Fred and I became friends over the next year. He helped me with some of the yard work. Turns out Mark was right about my gardening skills, and I'd bring him dinner sometimes as thanks. During one of these dinners, after a couple glasses of wine, Fred mentioned something that made my blood run cold. "Did you know your house has a cellar?" he asked. I told him I didn't. The house had a partial basement where the furnace and water heater were, but no cellar. "Not a regular cellar," Fred said. "It's hidden. The previous owners, before those drunks, found it by accident when they were renovating. It's completely filled with stones, just filled to the top with river stones. Thousands of them. They sealed it back up, creeped them out too much." I couldn't sleep that night, thinking about a hidden room somewhere in my house, packed full of stones. Why would anyone do that? What were they trying to bury or keep contained? I started having dreams about digging through endless piles of smooth river rocks, searching for something I couldn't name. The most terrifying experience happened about 2 years after moving in. I'd been working late in the garage/office, trying to finish a project for work. It was around midnight when I decided to call it quits. I saved my files, shut down my laptop, and stood up to leave. That's when I heard the door lock click. I hadn't locked it. I never locked that door because the lock was old and finicky, and I'd been meaning to replace it. I walked over and tried the knob. It wouldn't turn. I jiggled it, pulled harder, even put my foot against the wall for leverage. Nothing. The door was completely stuck. My phone was on my desk, so I went back to call someone, maybe Mark or even Fred, but there was no signal. There never had been great reception in the garage, but I'd always had at least one bar. Now there was nothing. That's when the temperature dropped. It was summer, probably 75 degrees outside, but suddenly I could see my breath in front of my face. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater, and then came the sensation, like something rushing through my body, from my feet straight up through the top of my head. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was overwhelming. My throat constricted, and for a few seconds I couldn't breathe at all. I clutched at my neck, panic rising when I heard it, a voice, not in my ears, but somehow inside my head. "You have to let go. You're free." In that moment, something broke loose inside me. Not just fear, but a lifetime of pain I hadn't even realized I was carrying. The trauma of my parents' messy divorce when I was 9. The years I spent trying to be perfect so people wouldn't leave me. The way I'd stayed in a loveless marriage for far too long because I was afraid of being alone. I don't remember screaming, but I must have because my throat was raw afterward. What I do remember is grabbing the doorknob again with a strength I didn't know I possessed and somehow breaking it clean off. The door swung open and I stumbled out into the yard, gulping in the warm night air. The broken doorknob was still clutched in my hand. Solid steel snapped right off the door. Later, a locksmith told me it would be impossible for someone my size to break a doorknob like that without tools. But I know what happened. After that night, things changed. The small disappearances stopped. The antique objects stayed put. The orbs still appeared occasionally, but they didn't frighten me anymore. And Lily reported that her room felt lighter somehow, though she still wouldn't go up there alone after dark. I never found the hidden cellar Fred talked about. Part of me doesn't want to. But I've made peace with whatever or whoever shares this house with me. I think of him as the old man, though I don't know why. I think he was trying to help me all along, in his own way, trying to show me that I was holding on to things that were hurting me, just like he might have been held somehow by whatever is in that cellar full of stones. I still live in the river house. It's almost completely renovated now. No more signs of the alcoholic previous owners. Just a beautiful old Victorian with history in its walls. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I'll say thank you out loud to the empty rooms. And sometimes I swear the house creaks back in response. I don't know what happened in that garage decades ago. I don't know why someone filled a hidden room with stones. But I know that whatever force lives in this house helped me face my own ghosts. And for that, I'll always be grateful. Story 15. I still remember that house like it was yesterday, even though it's been almost 20 years now. We moved there when I was 8, back in 2001. It was this old 2-story place from the 1930s with dark wood floors that creaked no matter how lightly you stepped. My parents thought it had character. I thought it had something else entirely. From the first week I felt watched. Not just the normal uneasiness of being in a new place, but the specific sensation of eyes tracking my movements. I'd be doing homework or playing with toys in my room and suddenly get this prickling feeling on the back of my neck. Sometimes I'd catch what looked like a silhouette or shadow person in the corner of my eye, just standing there watching. But whenever I turned to look directly at it, there would be nothing, just an empty hallway or corner. My parents didn't believe me, of course. It's just your imagination running wild in a new house, my mum would say. My dad was even less sympathetic. Stop watching those scary movies if they're giving you nightmares. But I wasn't watching scary movies. I didn't need to. I was living in one. The dream started about a month after we moved in. I'd find myself walking through this beautiful meadow with tall grass that swayed gently in the breeze. The sky was always this strange purplish blue, not quite day or night. And there was always this girl, maybe a few years older than me, with pale blonde hair that looked almost white in certain light. She wore this old-fashioned white nightgown that went down to her ankles, and she was always walking ahead of me, never turning around. Every single time, I'd follow her through the meadow, calling out, though I never remembered what I said. She never responded, never turned, just kept walking at that same steady pace. I'd always wake up before I could catch up to her. The weirdest part? I'd always wake up at exactly 3 a.m., not 2:59, not 3:01, exactly 3 a.m. night after night. I'd sit up in bed, heart pounding, half convinced I could still smell the grass from the meadow. My room didn't help matters. The previous owners had painted it this awful mustard yellow that my parents promised we'd repaint soon. We never did. There was this ancient bookshelf built into the wall opposite my bed that held all my books and toys. The closet had this door that never quite closed properly and would sometimes drift open in the middle of the night. One night in the winter, when I was still 8, things escalated. It had been an especially bad day. I'd gotten in trouble at school for something I didn't do. My older brother had been picking on me, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched even in the bathroom. That night, before bed, I gathered every pillow I could find in the house and built this elaborate fort around my head and upper body in bed. My mum laughed when she came to say goodnight, but I was dead serious. I needed protection from whatever was watching me. That night, the dream started the same as always. The meadow, the strange sky, the girl with the light hair walking ahead of me. But this time, something different happened. After following her for what felt like forever, she stopped walking, just stopped dead in her tracks. I remember feeling this overwhelming sense of dread, like I suddenly didn't want her to turn around after all. Slowly, she began to turn. I wanted to run, to wake myself up, but I couldn't move. When she fully faced me, I saw she had no face, just smooth, blank skin where her features should have been. I woke up with a gasp, my heart trying to pound its way out of my chest. The clock on my nightstand read 3:01 a.m. For a second, I thought I was still dreaming, because what I was seeing couldn't be real. The books on my bookshelf, heavy hardbacks, my encyclopedia set, everything, were sliding off the shelves one by one, flying through the air directly toward my face. They hit the pillows I had stacked around my head with heavy thuds. If I hadn't built that fort, those books would have hit me square in the face. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, as book after book launched itself at me, only to be stopped by my pillow barricade. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute, it stopped. I was too terrified to move, too terrified even to scream. I stayed awake until morning, when sunlight finally filtered through my curtains, making everything seem almost normal again. At breakfast, I tried to tell my parents what had happened, but they just exchanged that look, the one that said, "Our kid is being dramatic again." My dad went up to my room and saw the books scattered on the floor and bed. "You probably knocked them off in your sleep," he said, ruffling my hair. "Or maybe you stacked them too high on the shelf." But I knew what I had seen. Those books had moved on their own, targeting me specifically, and they would have hurt me if not for those pillows. Things calmed down for a while after that. The dreams about the faceless girl still came occasionally, but less frequently. I still woke up at 3 a.m. more nights than not, but nothing as extreme as the flying books happened again. Not for a while, at least. When I was 11, the activity picked up again. I started hearing these weird sounds coming from my closet at night, scratching, scraping noises that sounded like someone digging with a shovel in dirt. The first time I heard it, I thought maybe we had mice or something. But mice don't sound like someone digging a grave. The scraping always started, you guessed it, at 3 a.m. exactly. I'd wake up, check the clock, and then hear the noise start, like clockwork. After the third night of this, I finally got the courage to turn on my light and open the closet door while the sound was happening. Nothing. Empty closet. No disturbed dirt. No holes. Nothing out of place. But the moment I closed the door and got back in bed, the sound would start again. That summer, I had friends stay over for a sleepover. I hadn't told them about the weird stuff happening, afraid they'd think I was crazy or making it up for attention. But I didn't have to tell them, they felt it too. "Your house is creepy," my friend Jess said as we set up sleeping bags in my room. "It feels like someone's watching us." "I know," I admitted, relieved that someone else could feel it too. "It's been like that since we moved in. That night was the worst. We'd stayed up late watching movies and telling stories, finally falling asleep around 1 in the morning. At exactly 3 a.m., I woke up to the most terrifying sound I've ever heard, my best friend screaming at the top of her lungs. Not just a startled scream, but a full-on, blood-curdling shriek of pure terror. I fumbled for the light switch, heart racing. My other friends were jolting awake, confused and scared. When the light came on, we saw Jess sitting bolt upright in her sleeping bag, eyes wide open but completely vacant, still screaming. My mom burst into the room. "What's happening? What's wrong?" she asked, panic in her voice. It took us a minute to wake Jess up fully. When she finally stopped screaming and seemed to come back to herself, she was confused and disoriented. "What happened?" she asked, looking around at our terrified faces. "You were screaming," I told her. "Like really bad screaming." She shook her head, bewildered. "I don't remember anything. I was just having this dream." But she couldn't remember what the dream was about, just that it was terrifying. My mum stayed with us for a while, making hot chocolate and trying to calm everyone down. My friends never stayed over again after that night. There were other incidents too, once. when only my brother and I were home, this old painting in the hallway, a landscape that had been there since we moved in, suddenly flew off the wall and smashed on the floor. We weren't anywhere near it when it happened. It just decided, in the middle of a quiet Saturday afternoon, to launch itself across the hallway. The consistent pattern of these events, always centered around 3 a.m., always feeling watched, created this atmosphere of dread that permeated my childhood in that house. I became an expert at pretending everything was normal during the day, but nights were a different story. One of the last incidents before we finally moved happened when I was 12. I woke up, as usual, at 3 a.m., but this time I could swear I heard whispering coming from under my bed. Not the indistinct murmur you might imagine, but clear whispers in a language I couldn't understand. The voice sounded like a young girl's, fighting against every instinct, screaming at me to stay still and pull the covers over my head. I leaned over the edge of my bed and looked underneath. There was nothing there, but the whispers continued, now seeming to come from inside my closet. I sat frozen in bed, listening to those whispers for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then they just stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the whispering. We moved out of that house a few months later for unrelated reasons. My dad got a job in another state. I've never been so relieved to leave a place behind. But sometimes, even now, I still wake up at 3 a.m. exactly, heart pounding, half expecting to see books flying at my face or hear that whispering voice. I've researched that house since then. Turns out back in the 1940s, a young girl around 12 or 13 had died there, fallen down the stairs, they said, though there were rumors it wasn't an accident. She had blonde hair, almost white in photographs. I've tried to find out more, but records from that time are spotty. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that house. Was it the girl from my dreams? Was she trying to hurt me with those books or warn me about something? Why 3 a.m. every time? I don't have answers. All I know is that 20 years later, I still sleep with a nightlight. I still check under my bed, and I still wake up sometimes right at 3 a.m. with that familiar feeling of being watched. Story 16. I've never told this story to anyone except my mum. She didn't believe me, so I stopped bringing it up. I was just a kid then, in 3rd grade at Nissa Elementary. But what happened that year has stuck with me for over 20 years. It all started after a night at my aunt's house, where I had this terrifying encounter with something I still can't explain. Whatever it was, it followed me home and opened some kind of door inside me that I couldn't close. The next morning, I dragged myself to school exhausted. I hadn't slept at all, jumping at every little noise and shadow. The walk to school that morning was actually pretty normal. It was early October, and the air had that crisp fall smell. For those few blocks, everything felt peaceful. No random ghosts, no uncomfortable feelings crawling up my spine, just me and my purple backpack that was way too heavy for an 8-year-old. I remember thinking maybe whatever happened at my aunt's house was just a bad dream, or my imagination. Kids have wild imaginations, right? That's what all the adults always told me. But then I got to school. Nissa's a tiny town, like super tiny. Our grade school shared the gym and cafeteria with the high school, which meant we had to walk through the main building to get to either one. I used to love gym class. It was my favorite part of the day. But that morning when I walked into the gymnasium for morning assembly, I immediately felt like something was off. The gym had these huge bleachers that folded up against the wall when not in use. As I was sitting cross-legged on the floor with the rest of my class, I glanced up and saw what looked like people sitting in the bleachers, but the bleachers were folded up. These people, or whatever they were just sitting there in mid-air, watching us. Not all of them had legs. Some just sort of faded out at the waist. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was just tired, but they were still there. I tried to focus on Mrs. Henderson, our principal, as she talked about the upcoming fall festival, but I couldn't stop staring at them. One of them, an old man with a wide-brimmed hat, stared right back at me and tipped his hat. I nearly threw up right there on the gym floor. After assembly, we had breakfast in the cafeteria. I didn't want to go, but I also didn't want to explain why to my teacher. The cafeteria was even worse than the gym. We always seemed to have way too many lunch ladies for how small our school was. I'd never really thought about it before, but suddenly it made sense. Only about 4 of them were actually alive. The rest were these sweet old lady ghosts who knew they were dead and just kept on working anyway. One of them always tried to give me extra fruit cups. That day, she reached right through the counter to pat my hand, and her fingers felt like ice water passing through my skin. I dropped my tray, spilling milk and cereal everywhere. Everyone laughed at me, but how could I explain what really happened? My classroom was its own special kind of nightmare. Walking into room 12 was like pushing through a wall of cellophane. Every day, I'd get this weird, crawling sensation all over my skin as I crossed the threshold. It felt like tiny ants marching up and down my arms and legs. I never could figure out what caused it, but that room felt wrong. My best friend Cassie was out sick that day, which made everything about 1,000 times worse. She was the only one who sometimes believed my crazy stories, as everyone else called them. Without her there, I felt completely alone. By lunchtime, I was a nervous wreck. I could barely eat my sandwich because every time I looked up, I'd see another ghost wandering through the cafeteria. Most ignored me, but a few would stop and stare, like they could tell I was seeing them. One little girl, maybe 5 or 6, kept trying to show me a drawing she was holding. Her dress was soaking wet, and there was water dripping from her hair onto the floor, but nobody else seemed to notice the puddles forming around her feet. Gym class that afternoon was absolute hell. We were playing dodgeball, and I kept getting hit because I was distracted by the ghosts sitting in the bleachers. They seemed to realize I could see them, and a few of the younger ones thought it was hilarious to mess with me. They'd pull out gym equipment from under me when I tried to sit down, or roll basketballs across the floor to trip me up. Once, when I was putting equipment away, a medicine ball somehow rolled over my fingers, crushing them against the floor. I screamed, but when the teacher came over, the ball was nowhere near me. She thought I was making it up to get out of class. The worst part of the day, though, was the bus ride home. I lived out in the country, about 15 minutes from town. There was this one stretch of road we'd drive down that always smelled like decay and rotting food, even though we were passing fields of mint. The smell would hit suddenly, like someone had opened a door to a meat locker full of spoiled meat, and then disappear just as quickly once we passed a certain point. But the smell wasn't even the worst part. It was the bus driver, or should I say drivers. There was Mr. Holcomb, who everyone could see. He was this grumpy old guy with a big white mustache who'd been driving the bus since my mom was in school. Then there was the other one, the one only I could see. He sat in the same seat as Mr. Holcomb, kind of overlapping him. He looked like he'd been hit by a truck or something. Half his face was caved in, and his uniform was covered in dark stains. He never looked at the road, just turned around in his seat and stared at me with this single eye that was way too wide open. I always sat as far back as possible, but it didn't matter. He'd watch me in the big rearview mirror, his one good eye following me the whole ride. That day, as I climbed onto the bus after school, both drivers were there as usual. Mr. Holcomb grunted his normal greeting, while the other one smiled at me with teeth that were mostly missing. I hurried to the back of the bus and pressed myself against the window, trying to look anywhere but at the front. As we started driving, I noticed something else wrong. There were kids on the bus that I'd never seen before, not living kids. They were like the others I'd been seeing all day. Some had wet clothes, others had dirt all over them, and a few had what looked like burns on their faces and arms. They filled in the empty seats, sometimes sitting right through the living kids who never noticed a thing. I'd heard stories about a bus full of children that got hit by a train or a truck back in the 70s or 80s. No one would talk about it much, But sometimes the older kids would dare each other to go to the train tracks at midnight to hear the ghostly sounds of children screaming. I always thought it was just a stupid story to scare little kids like me. Now I wasn't so sure. As we reached that stretch of road with the awful smell, the ghost children got really quiet. They all turned to look out the windows like they were waiting for something. The smell was worse than ever, making my eyes water. I tried breathing through my mouth, but I could practically taste the rot. Then the ghost bus driver stood up from his seat, stood up right through Mr. Holcomb, who kept driving like nothing was happening. The ghost driver started walking down the aisle toward me, dragging one mangled leg behind him. The bus was still moving, but he didn't seem concerned about that at all. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. I just sat there, paralyzed with fear as he made his way toward me. The ghost children watched him pass, their faces blank and emotionless. One little boy with a dirty baseball cap whispered something that looked like "It wasn't your fault," as the driver limped by him. When the driver reached my row, he bent down until his ruined face was level with mine. His breath smelled like the roadkill we'd passed, and I could see bone through the crushed part of his skull. "You shouldn't be able to see us," he said, his voice sounding like gravel being crushed. "None of you should see us anymore." I closed my eyes tight and started counting in my head, something my mom taught me to do when I was scared. When I reached 20, I opened my eyes again, and he was gone. So were all the ghost children. We had passed that stretch of road, and everything was back to normal, or as normal as things got for me back then. When I got home, I begged my mom not to make me go back to school. I tried to explain about the ghosts and the bus driver and everything else, but she just thought I was making up stories to get out of going to school. She said I had an overactive imagination and that I'd feel better after a good night's sleep. But I didn't feel better. Every day was the same that year. The ghosts in the gym got more bold, playing pranks during PE until I dreaded even walking in there. They'd hide the ball I was supposed to catch, trip me during relay races, or whisper in my ear when no one was near me. The lunch lady ghosts kept trying to give me extra food, like they were worried I wasn't eating enough. And the bus ride. I never got used to the bus rides. Without Cassie there, she was sick for nearly 2 weeks. School became unbearable. By the time she came back, I'd learned to pretend I didn't see any of it. I'd ignore the ghost sitting next to me in class, pretend not to notice when objects moved on their own, and stare straight ahead on the bus, never looking at the mirrors or the empty seats that weren't really empty. Cassie knew something was wrong, but I couldn't tell her. I couldn't tell anyone. Who would believe that my school was full of ghosts who knew I could see them? Who would believe that every day I rode a bus driven by 2 drivers, one alive and one dead? We moved away from Nysa the following summer. My dad got a job in Boise, and I've never been back. Sometimes I wonder if those ghosts are still there, waiting for someone else who can see them. Sometimes I wonder if that other bus driver is still making his rounds, picking up children both living and dead. I still can't explain what happened to me that year. All I know is that after that night at my aunt's house, something changed in me. Something opened up that should have stayed closed. And sometimes when I'm driving and pass a school bus, I find myself looking at the driver's seat, half expecting to see 2 people sitting there instead of 1. Story 17. I still don't know what to make of what's happened these past few weeks. I keep telling myself there has to be some logical explanation, but I'm starting to think there isn't one. I've never believed in the paranormal or anything like that, but this experience has seriously messed with my head. It all started about 3 weeks ago when I was digging in our backyard here in Perth. We've got this old house in one of those suburbs where everything was built in the 70s. And I've been slowly fixing it up since we moved in last year. My girlfriend and I had been planning to put in a small garden bed for herbs and veggies, nothing major. I was about 1 meter deep when my shovel hit something hard. At first, I thought it was just a rock or maybe some old building material buried from when the house was constructed. But as I carefully dug around it, I realized it was something else entirely. The weird thing was how it was packed. There were layers of styrofoam around it, like someone had deliberately wrapped it up before burying it. Who does that with trash? It seemed intentional, you know, like someone wanted to protect whatever was inside. After clearing away all the packaging, I found this ceramic pig figurine. Nothing fancy or valuable looking, just a small glazed pig about the size of my hand. It was sitting upright, not damaged at all, despite being underground for who knows how long. The glaze was this weird yellowish-brown color that reminded me of mustard, with these little black eyes that were just painted dots. Its expression was, I don't know how to describe it. Not cute like most pig figurines, just blank and staring. My first thought was that some kid had buried their toy years ago. I brushed it off, wiped away the dirt and brought it inside. I didn't think much about it at the time. It was just an odd little find. I put it on our bookshelf in the living room and showed it to my girlfriend, Alison, when she got home. She thought it was a bit ugly, but otherwise didn't seem bothered by it. That night was when things started getting strange. We were watching TV when we both heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the spare bedroom. Our house isn't big, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, and no one else was home. My little brother Jack was staying with us that weekend, but he was fast asleep in the guest room. The footsteps were coming from the empty 3rd bedroom we use for storage. I got up to check, thinking maybe something had fallen over. The room was exactly as we'd left it. Boxes stacked against the wall, old furniture, nothing disturbed. I convinced myself it was just the house settling or something from outside. When I got back to the living room, Alison was staring at the bookshelf. "Did you move that?" she asked, pointing at the pig. It was facing a different direction than before, turned slightly toward the room instead of facing forward. I told her I hadn't touched it. We both figured maybe I'd just misremembered how I'd placed it, or it had shifted when I was walking around. No big deal, right? That night, Alison couldn't sleep. She kept tossing and turning, and when I asked what was wrong, she just said she felt uneasy, like something wasn't right. I slept fine, but the next morning she looked exhausted. Over the next few days, little things kept happening. We'd hear knocking sounds from empty rooms. The bathroom door, which never used to stick, suddenly wouldn't stay closed unless locked. Pictures would be crooked when we knew they'd been straight the night before. When my brother Jack woke up screaming on Saturday night, things escalated. He's 5, so nightmares aren't unusual. But when I went to check on him, he was sitting up in bed, pointing at the bathroom across the hall. "There's monsters in there," he said, tears streaming down his face. They were looking at me. I checked the bathroom, and of course nothing was there. I calmed him down, told him it was just a bad dream, and eventually got him back to sleep. But the next morning, he refused to use that bathroom. He made us take him to the ensuite off our bedroom instead. "The bathroom monsters don't like the piggy," he told us at breakfast, completely matter of fact. "They want it back." A chill ran down my spine when he said that. We hadn't mentioned the pig to him at all. He'd been playing with his toys when I showed it to Alison, and it wasn't something a kid would normally pay attention to. "What piggy, Jack?" Alison asked, trying to sound casual. "The yellow one, the one you found in the ground." That's when Alison started getting really freaked out. After we dropped Jack back at my parents' place on Sunday evening, she told me she wanted to get rid of the pig. "I know it sounds stupid," she said, "but ever since you brought that thing in the house, I felt like something's watching me, especially at night. I can't sleep. I just lie there feeling like there's someone standing in the corner of the room." I'm not someone who believes in supernatural stuff, but seeing how genuinely disturbed she was, I agreed. We decided to put it back where I found it, bury it again in the backyard. We dug the hole even deeper than where I'd originally found it, wrapped the pig back in the same styrofoam, and buried it. I even put a large rock on top of where we buried it, partly as a marker, partly because it somehow felt like the right thing to do. That night, we both slept better. Alison said the house felt lighter somehow, and I had to admit, Even though I hadn't noticed anything before, there did seem to be a difference in the atmosphere. But it didn't last. 3 nights later, I woke up around 3 in the morning to what sounded like scratching at our bedroom window. We're on the ground floor, and my first thought was that it might be a branch, or maybe a possum on the roof. But when I got up to check, there was nothing there. On my way back to bed, I noticed something on the kitchen counter that made my blood run cold. The ceramic pig was sitting there, covered in dirt, but otherwise intact. I stood there staring at it for what felt like forever. How the hell had it gotten back inside? Had someone dug it up and brought it in as a joke? But that was impossible. The doors were locked, the windows closed. Alison and I were the only ones with keys. I woke Alison up and showed her. She went completely pale. "I want to leave," she said immediately. "Let's go to a hotel or something. I don't want to be here." I calmed her down, convinced her it had to be some kind of prank. Maybe someone had seen us burying it. But even as I said it, I knew that made no sense. Our yard is fenced and private. No one could have seen us, and even if they had, breaking into our house to place the pig on the counter was beyond creepy. It would be criminal. The next day, Alison decided she was going to take matters into her own hands. She said she'd take the pig somewhere far away and dispose of it properly. She put it in a shoebox, taped it shut, and put it in her car. She called me about an hour later, sounding panicked. "I can't do it," she said, her voice shaking. I was driving toward the coast, thinking I'd throw it into the ocean, but the further I got from the house, the worse I felt. It was like this overwhelming dread, like something terrible would happen if I took it away. I had to turn around. "I'm coming home." When she got back, she looked terrible, pale and shaking. She said she'd felt fine until she was about 5 kilometers from the house, and then the feeling of dread had started building until it was unbearable. She physically couldn't make herself continue driving away. That night, we tried a different approach. Alison had been researching online and found some forum posts about cleansing rituals for objects with negative energy. I thought it was nonsense, but at that point I was willing to try anything that might help her feel better. We burned some sage, bought from a local health food store, said some words that were supposed to cleanse the object, and then put it in a box lined with salt. Alison had read that salt was supposed to contain negative energy. That night, the noises were worse than ever. Banging sounds from the spare room kept us both awake. The TV in the living room turned on by itself at 4 in the morning, blaring static at full volume. When I went to turn it off, I found the pig sitting in front of it, out of its salt-lined box. Over the next few days, we tried everything. We buried it again, this time at a local park in the middle of the night. The next morning, it was back on our kitchen table. We tried locking it in the shed. It appeared under our bed. I even drove it to a dumpster behind a shopping center and threw it away. That night, Alison found it in her underwear drawer. Meanwhile, the activity in the house intensified. Doors would slam shut when there was no draft. We'd find faucets running that neither of us had turned on. The smell of something rotting would suddenly fill a room and then disappear just as quickly. Alison started staying at her sister's place. I don't blame her. I would have left too, but it's my house, and I felt like I needed to figure this out. I've spent hours researching online, looking for any lore about cursed objects, specifically pig figurines. I've found plenty about haunted dolls and possessed items, but nothing specific to ceramic pigs. I've looked into the history of our house and land, trying to find any clues about why someone would have buried this thing in the first place. Was it part of some occult practice? A ritual? Was it meant to contain something negative? I even contacted the previous owners, an elderly couple who'd lived here for 30 years before downsizing to a retirement community. They seemed confused by my questions and insisted they'd never buried anything in the yard. They'd had a vegetable garden in the exact spot where I found the pig and never encountered anything unusual. Last night was the final straw. I was alone in the house, trying to sleep, when I distinctly heard a child's laughter coming from the spare room. It wasn't my brother's voice. It was higher, almost manic. I lay frozen in bed, too terrified to move. Then the bedroom door slowly opened. I could see the hallway was empty, but something felt wrong about the darkness there. Deeper somehow. The ceramic pig slid into view, moving across the floor with no visible means of propulsion until it stopped at the foot of my bed. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up this morning, the pig nowhere to be seen. I found it back on the kitchen counter, positioned so it faced the hallway leading to the bedrooms. I'm writing this from a cafe in town because I can't stand to be in that house anymore. The pig is still there, and I don't know what to do with it. I can't seem to get rid of it, but I can't live with it either. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Does anyone know what this thing might be or why it was buried? Why would it be wrapped so carefully in styrofoam? Is there any folklore about cursed pig figurines that I'm missing? I feel like I'm losing my mind, but I know what I've experienced is real. Allison has experienced it too. Something is very wrong with that ceramic pig, and I'm terrified of what might happen next. Story 18. I've debated for months whether to share this, but I need to get it out there. Maybe someone's experienced something similar, or has some explanation for what's been happening in my house in McGriff, Alberta. I still can't make sense of it, and it's getting harder to convince myself it's all in my head. It started about 7 months ago. I had just gotten a VR headset, nothing fancy, just something to play games with and escape reality for a bit. Our basement is basically empty, except for the washer-dryer and some storage boxes, so it's perfect for VR since there's nothing to bump into. I had been playing for maybe an hour that day, completely immersed in this zombie game where you have to constantly look over your shoulder. I was in the middle of a particularly intense level when I felt it. Fingers, actual fingers, grazing across my mid-back. At first, it was light, almost like someone trying to get my attention without scaring me. Before I could even process what was happening, there was a forceful tug on my shirt that pulled me backward. I stumbled and nearly fell over, my heart instantly pounding through my chest. My first reaction was anger, thinking one of my housemates was messing with me. I yanked the headset off, ready to yell at whoever thought it was funny to sneak up on someone in VR. But there was nobody there. The basement was completely empty. I called out, thinking maybe someone had quickly hidden behind the furnace or ducked upstairs. Nothing, complete silence. I immediately went upstairs and found my housemate in the kitchen cooking dinner, completely unaware of what had happened. They swore they hadn't been downstairs all day. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe my shirt caught on something, or I imagined the feeling because of the game I was playing, but I know what I felt. Those were fingers on my back, and that was a deliberate pull on my shirt. I haven't used the VR in the basement since. For a few weeks after that, nothing unusual happened, and I almost convinced myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Until that day, I was home alone. Well, alone except for my dog, Rusty. It was around 2 in the afternoon. I remember because I had just finished a late lunch and was washing dishes in the kitchen. Rusty was lying by my feet, half asleep as usual. Our house has this weird layout. The basement stairs are off the kitchen and the upstairs stairs are in the living room. So I was standing there, hands in soapy water, when I heard my own voice call out, "Come here!" I froze. The voice came from either upstairs or the basement. I couldn't tell which, but it was unmistakably my voice. Not similar, not like someone doing an impression. It was identical to how I sound when I call for someone in the house. Rusty's reaction confirmed I wasn't imagining things. His head shot up, ears perked forward, and he stared intently at the doorway leading to the living room. Then he slowly stood up, hackles rising along his spine, and began growling, a deep, threatening sound I'd rarely heard him make. I dried my hands and grabbed the nearest knife from the dish rack. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaking. No response. Rusty was still growling, now focused on the stairs going up. I checked my phone to see if my housemate had come home early without me noticing, but there were no messages. I knew I was supposed to be alone for several more hours. I gathered my courage and checked both upstairs and the basement, knife in hand, Rusty reluctantly following behind. Nothing was out of place. No signs of an intruder. All windows were closed and locked. I even checked closets and under beds. When my housemate got home that evening, I told them what happened. They suggested it might have been sound from a neighbor's house or the TV I'd forgotten was on. But I hadn't been watching TV, and our neighbors aren't close enough to hear that clearly, and none of that would explain Rusty's reaction. After that incident, things escalated. About 3 weeks later, I was home alone again on a Saturday morning. Rusty started growling at the ceiling, staring up with that same alert posture. Then I heard it, running. Not just footsteps, but full-on running back and forth across the upstairs hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps that made the ceiling light fixture shake slightly. The running went on for maybe 20 seconds, then stopped abruptly at the top of the stairs. Rusty was going absolutely crazy at this point, barking and growling at the living room doorway. I was paralyzed with fear, clutching my phone and trying to decide if I should call the police. After what felt like forever but was probably only a minute or two of complete silence, I finally worked up the courage to check upstairs. I called my housemate first, who was out shopping, to confirm they weren't home. Then I slowly climbed the stairs, Rusty refusing to follow me this time. Again, nothing was disturbed. No open windows, no signs anyone had been there. But the upstairs felt different, colder, almost heavy, with a strange atmosphere I can't really describe. It felt like walking into a room where people had just been arguing, that lingering tension in the air. I was so freaked out I took Rusty and went to a coffee shop until my housemate came home. When I told them what happened, they believed me because they'd started experiencing weird things too. One night, about a month after the running incident, I was upstairs in my bedroom wearing headphones, working on my laptop. My phone lit up with a text from my housemate, who was downstairs. "Are you singing?" I texted back that I wasn't making any noise. They replied that they clearly heard my voice singing from the basement. Not just humming, but actually singing words they couldn't quite make out. They had checked the basement, thinking I might be down there, but it was empty. This is where things get even weirder. About 2 weeks after the singing incident, I was sitting on the stairs talking to my housemate, who was standing at the bottom. We were just having a normal conversation about groceries or something mundane. I was mid-sentence when I saw it. At the top of the stairs, in my peripheral vision, I caught movement. I looked up and saw what I can only describe as a crooked shadow person run into the room at the end of the hall, my housemate's bedroom. It wasn't a full, detailed human shape, more like a dark, distorted silhouette that moved unnaturally fast. It was there and gone in less than a second. I stopped talking immediately and must have gone pale because my housemate asked what was wrong. When I told them what I'd seen, they admitted they'd been seeing strange shadows too, but hadn't mentioned it because they thought it was their eyes playing tricks on them. We started comparing notes and realized these occurrences had been happening more frequently than either of us had admitted. Sometimes we'd hear knocking from inside walls. Other times one of us would hear the other calling their name from a different floor, only to find out they hadn't said anything. The worst part is that Rusty has changed. He used to be this happy-go-lucky dog who would sleep anywhere in the house. Now he refuses to go into certain rooms alone, particularly the basement and the upstairs hallway. He'll stand at thresholds growling or whining, and sometimes he'll stare at empty corners for minutes, tracking something with his eyes that we can't see. I've done research trying to find some explanation. I came across this concept called an egregore, basically a thought form or autonomous psychic entity created by the collective thoughts, beliefs, or emotions of a group. I wonder if somehow the negative energy in our house created something. My housemate went through a terrible breakup right before this all started, and I was dealing with severe anxiety and depression. Could our combined negative emotional states have manifested as whatever this is? But that doesn't explain the physical tugging of my shirt in the basement, or how both my housemate and I have heard my voice when I wasn't speaking, or how Rusty reacts to things we can't see. What really terrifies me is that these occurrences are becoming more frequent and more physical. Last week, while I was washing my face in the bathroom, I felt someone standing directly behind me. I could feel breath on the back of my neck. When I spun around, there was nothing there. But the bathroom door that I always leave open was closed. We've talked about moving, but our lease isn't up for another 5 months, and neither of us can afford to break it. We've tried sage, salt lines, prayers, all the typical things people suggest online. Nothing has helped. Sometimes I wonder if we're both just collectively losing our minds, feeding into each other's paranoia, but then Rusty will suddenly start growling at an empty doorway, or we'll both hear footsteps upstairs when no one is home. And I know this is real. Whatever is in our house, it knows us. It uses my voice. It follows our movements. And I think it's getting stronger. I just hope we can make it until our lease is up, because the scariest part of all this is the feeling I get sometimes, the distinct impression that it doesn't want us to leave. Story 19. I still can't sleep properly after what happened. It's been almost 2 years, but every noise outside my window makes my heart race. I've always considered myself a level-headed person, not the type to scare easily, but after that night in the Ozarks, I'm not sure I'll ever feel completely safe again. My mum and I live in this old house deep in the Ozark Mountains. When I say remote, I mean remote. Our nearest neighbor is about 3 miles away, and the closest actual town is a good 20-minute drive down winding mountain roads. Cell service is spotty at best. It's the kind of place where you hear every branch snap outside, where the darkness at night is absolute, and where you learn to be self-sufficient because help isn't coming quickly if something goes wrong. This happened last winter, on one of those bitterly cold January nights when the temperature drops below freezing and the wind howls through the trees like it's trying to tell you something. Mom and I were both up late. She was in the living room watching some crime show, ironically enough, and I was sitting at the kitchen table working on my laptop. It was around 11:30 at night, which doesn't sound that late, but out here it might as well be 3 in the morning. Our house has this weird layout. The kitchen has a clear view of the front door through an archway, but my mom's position on the couch didn't let her see the door directly. I remember I was in the middle of answering some work emails when I noticed movement through the small window in our front door. At first, I thought it was just shadows from the trees outside. The wind was really picking up, but then I saw a distinct human shape. Someone was standing on our porch looking in. I froze. My fingers hovered over my keyboard as I stared at the silhouette. Living out here, you don't get unexpected visitors, especially not this late. Everyone knows you call before driving all the way out to someone's place. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "there's someone at the door." She muted the TV. "What? Who would be here this late?" Before she could get up, there was a knock. 3 slow, deliberate knocks that seemed to echo through our entire house. Mom got up and moved toward the door, but I motioned for her to stay back. There was something about the situation that felt wrong. We have a porch light, but it only illuminates a small area right by the door. Beyond that small circle of light was complete darkness. The person knocked again, and this time called out, "Hello? Is anyone home? I need some help." It was a man's voice, trying to sound friendly but coming across as strained. I moved closer to my mom, and we both approached the door cautiously. Through the small window, we could now see it was a man wearing a dark hoodie pulled low over his face. Even standing directly under our porch light, his features were obscured by the hood and the shadows it cast. "What do you need?" my mom asked through the door, not making any move to open it. "My car broke down a little way down the road," he said. "I need to use your phone to call for help." I immediately looked out our side window, which gives a view of the road leading to our house. There was no car, not even distant headlights. "Nothing? Where's your car?" I asked, loud enough for him to hear through the door. He hesitated, just a beat too long. "Around the bend. It's a ways back." This made no sense. Our house sits at the end of a long driveway, and you can see the main road from several of our windows. There is no bend that would hide a car from view, not within walking distance. The man shifted his weight, and that's when I noticed his hands. They were shoved deep in his hoodie pockets, and even through the fabric I could see they were clenched tight, like he was gripping something. My mind immediately went to a gun or a knife. "We can't open the door," my mom said firmly. "But we can call someone for you. Who do you want us to contact?" Another pause. "No, I need to make the call myself. It's personal. Just let me in for a minute." By this point, alarm bells were blaring in my head. No broken down car, hands hidden and tense, and now pushing to get inside despite being offered help. Everything about this screamed danger. "I'm sorry, but we can't let you in," my mom said. "We live alone out here, and we don't open our door to strangers at night. I can call the sheriff for you if you'd like." The mention of the sheriff should have been reassuring to someone genuinely in trouble. Instead, the man's posture changed immediately. He stiffened, took half a step back. "No police," he said quickly. Then, in an attempt to sound casual again, "I don't want to bother them for just a broken-down car." For what felt like forever but was probably only 20 seconds, he just stood there, staring at us through the door. I couldn't see his eyes under that hood, but I could feel his gaze moving between us, sizing us up, maybe reconsidering whatever plan he had walked up with. "We'll be fine," he finally said. "Sorry to bother you ladies." Then he just stood there. He didn't move from the porch, didn't turn to leave, just stood motionless, facing our door. 1 minute passed, then 2. My mom and I exchanged glances, both of us too afraid to move away from the door in case he tried something. Finally, after what must have been 5 minutes of this standoff, he turned and walked into the darkness beyond our porch light. We didn't hear a car start. He just disappeared into the night. I immediately double-checked every lock in the house, while Mom called our neighbor Jim, the only person close enough to maybe hear us if we screamed. He didn't answer, but she left a message describing what had happened and asking him to keep an eye out. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, a kitchen knife on the coffee table, jumping at every sound. Around 1 in the morning, we heard it. A strange, muffled sound coming from outside. It sounded like weeping. Not loud sobbing, but that quiet, hitching breath of someone trying not to be heard while they cry. It seemed to be coming from the side of the house near my bedroom window. My blood ran cold. Was he still out there? Had he been watching us this whole time? Mom grabbed the knife from the table, and I picked up a heavy flashlight. We turned off the lights in the living room so we couldn't be seen from outside, then carefully made our way to my bedroom window. The crying sound continued, soft and rhythmic. We pulled back the curtain just enough to peek out, shining the flashlight into the yard. Nothing. The sound stopped as soon as the light hit the darkness. We scanned every inch of the yard, the tree line, looking for any sign of movement. There was nothing there. We stayed up all night, taking turns to keep watch. By morning, exhausted and strung out on fear and adrenaline, we convinced ourselves that the crying sound must have been the wind, or maybe some animal. People hear weird things when they're scared, right? We even managed to laugh a little about it over coffee as the sun came up. Though neither of us found it actually funny, I wanted to call the police, but Mom pointed out they probably wouldn't do much. A guy knocked on our door and then left. No crime in that. and a crying sound that might have been the wind. They'd think we were just jumpy city folks not used to country noises. Life went back to normal, or what passes for normal when you're checking the locks 3 times before bed and keeping a baseball bat by your nightstand. I installed a security camera on the porch, but it never caught anything unusual. Then, almost exactly a year later, we had a locksmith out to fix a different issue with our back door. While he was there, Mum mentioned that the front door had been sticking a bit lately. He took a look and found something that made my skin crawl. There was a small metal plate, like the kind you might cut from a soda can, jammed between the strike plate and the door latch. It was positioned in such a way that it prevented the door from ever fully locking, even when we thought it was secure. It had been there for so long that it was discolored and nearly invisible unless you were specifically looking for it. The locksmith said it was definitely intentional, a common trick used by burglars to ensure they can come back later for easy access. Someone had deliberately tampered with our lock, making sure our home was never truly secure. I immediately thought of the hooded man. Had he done this before that night? Was his whole act a backup plan because we were still awake when he came to break in? Or had he come back later, after we finally fell asleep, and sabotaged our lock then? The most terrifying thought, the one that keeps me up at night. How many times had he been in our house while we slept, walking through our rooms, watching us before we discovered the tampered lock? We've since installed a security system, better locks, motion sensor lights. I even got a large dog. But I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, convinced I hear that soft weeping sound outside my window, and I wonder if he's still out there, watching and waiting for another opportunity. Every time I hear about home invasions on the news, I think about how close we came. All it would have taken was opening that door or falling asleep before checking the locks. I don't know what that man wanted that night, but I'm certain it wasn't help with a broken-down car. I'm certain he meant us harm, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if he's found someone else's remote home to target, someone who might not have been as cautious as we were. If you live somewhere isolated, please remember, no matter how desperate someone seems, never open your door to a stranger at night. And check your locks. Really check them. What you can't see might be the very thing that saves your life. Story 20. This happened around 7 years ago, but I still get chills thinking about it. I've talked to therapists, spiritual advisors, and even paranormal experts, but no one has given me a satisfying explanation for what my boyfriend and I experienced that Thanksgiving in Maui. It was our 3rd trip to the island. We're not wealthy or anything, but we'd found this amazing deal on a guest cottage in Paia that we just couldn't pass up. The cottage was situated behind a larger house, and the ocean was literally the backyard. Not one of those picturesque beaches with white sand and gentle waves. This was rocky shores with dramatic, often violent surf. The kind of coastline that's beautiful but demands respect. When we arrived, everything seemed perfect. The cottage was basically a studio, one open room with a small kitchenette, a sitting area and a bed, plus a surprisingly nice bathroom that had obviously been renovated recently. Clean, simple, and cozy. The main house was occupied by a family who owned both properties, but they were quiet and kept to themselves. The cottage had its own entrance and felt completely private. That first night was magical. We cooked steaks on the little grill outside, opened a bottle of wine, and danced to jazz on our portable speaker while watching the waves crash dramatically against the rocks. The air was salty and fresh, and we fell asleep to the sound of the ocean. I remember feeling so content, so at peace. The next day was Thanksgiving. We had plans to meet some friends who lived in Kula for dinner, so we spent the morning just lounging around and going for a walk on the beach. When we returned to get ready, I noticed the family in the main house was packing up their car. I thought it was a bit odd to leave on Thanksgiving, but figured maybe they were heading to relatives or something. We waved as we headed out around 4 in the afternoon, and they smiled and waved back. Dinner with our friends was great. Traditional Thanksgiving fare, lots of laughs, good conversation. We left around 7:30, and by the time we got back to the cottage, it was just after 8. The moment we pulled into the driveway, something felt different. The main house was dark, which wasn't unusual since the family had left. But there was something about the entire property that felt changed. Oppressive is the only word I can think of to describe it. I didn't say anything as we walked to the cottage. I didn't want to seem dramatic, but as soon as we stepped inside, my boyfriend stopped in his tracks. I bumped into him from behind. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing," he said after a moment. "Just tired, I guess." But I could tell he felt it too. Something was off. Very off. We went through the motions of getting ready for bed, but there was this heaviness in the air, a weight pressing down on us. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like something was watching me. The cottage that had felt so cozy the night before now felt exposed and vulnerable. We got into bed around 10, and that's when the feeling intensified. It wasn't just unease anymore, it was dread. Pure, primal dread. The kind that makes your skin crawl and your heart race. I was lying there, trying to control my breathing, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild. But it wasn't my imagination. There was something there with us. I could feel it hovering, circling, observing. An overwhelming sense of doom hung in the air, so thick I could almost taste it. It wasn't like anything I'd ever experienced before, not like the normal fear of being alone in a strange place or hearing weird noises at night. This was different. This was malevolent. I wanted to say something to my boyfriend, to ask if he felt it too, but I was afraid to speak, afraid that acknowledging it would somehow make it worse or draw its attention more fully to us, so I just lay there, rigid, my body tense with fear. I could tell from his breathing that he wasn't asleep either. What was most terrifying was trying to pinpoint where this presence was coming from. At first, I thought maybe it had followed us from somewhere, but that didn't feel right. It seemed to be connected to this place specifically, and I got the distinct impression that whatever it was had either come from the now empty main house or from the sea itself. The ocean had turned violent that night. I could hear the waves crashing against the rocks with more force than the previous night, even though there wasn't a storm. It was as if the water itself was agitated, responding to the same presence we were feeling. Hours passed like this. Neither of us sleeping, neither of us speaking, just lying there in paralyzed fear. I was afraid to move, afraid to turn over, afraid to even adjust my position on the pillow. It felt like any movement might provoke whatever was there, might make it decide to do more than just watch us. Around 3 in the morning, I felt the mattress shift slightly as my boyfriend adjusted his position, the smallest movement, but in that moment, it felt like a thunderclap in the silence. Immediately after, I felt the presence intensify, focus, like it had zeroed in on him specifically. I could feel his body go rigid beside me. His breathing became shallow, almost imperceptible. And though I couldn't see his face in the darkness, I knew what he was experiencing was beyond terror. I wanted to reach out to him, to touch his hand, to offer some comfort. But I couldn't move. It wasn't just fear paralyzing me. It was something else, something external, like a weight pressing down on my entire body. The hours until dawn were the longest of my life. Every minute stretched into what felt like hours. The only sounds were the crashing waves outside and the pounding of my own heart in my ears. When the first light of dawn finally began to filter through the windows, I expected the feeling to dissipate, the way nightmares fade in daylight. But it didn't. If anything, it became more defined, more focused, less like an ambient dread and more like a specific entity. My boyfriend was the first to move. As soon as there was enough light to see, he sat up abruptly. His face was pale, drawn, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Without saying a word, he got up and began gathering our things, shoving clothes into suitcases, haphazardly. I followed his lead, moving quickly but carefully, like someone trying not to provoke a dangerous animal. We didn't speak, didn't even look at each other, just packed as efficiently as possible. The presence remained, watching, waiting. I could feel it most strongly in the corners of the room, in the shadows that the morning light hadn't yet reached. But also outside, in the roiling sea that seemed unnaturally disturbed for such a clear morning. We were packed, and in the car within 20 minutes. As we pulled out of the driveway, I looked back at the cottage. It looked so normal, so innocent in the morning light. A charming little guest house by the sea. Who would guess what waited inside? It wasn't until we were several miles away, heading toward Kahului, that either of us spoke. "Did you feel that?" my boyfriend finally asked, his voice hoarse. "Yes," I whispered. "What was it?" He shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but it was there the first night too. Not as strong, but there." That shocked me. I hadn't felt anything unusual that first night. "Why didn't you say something?" "I thought it was just me, just travel fatigue or something. And it wasn't aggressive the first night, just present." We spent the rest of that day in a daze, checking into a hotel in a different part of the island. We tried to salvage our vacation, but the experience had shaken us both too deeply. We ended up flying home 2 days early. Over the years, we've tried to make sense of what happened. My boyfriend thinks it was some kind of demonic entity. He says it felt like something was literally breathing down his neck all night, something that hated us simply for existing. He described it as utterly inhuman, not like a ghost or spirit of someone who had once been alive, but something that had never been human at all. I've wondered if whatever it was had been in the main house with that family and only visited us after they left, or maybe it came from the sea itself, drawn in by the storm that was brewing that night. The ocean there was wild, ancient, powerful. Who knows what might dwell in its depths? We never contacted the owners. What would we say? "Your cottage is haunted by something evil." They'd think we were crazy or trying to scam them somehow. And honestly, I'm not sure I want answers. Some things are better left unexplained. All I know for certain is that I'll never go back to that cottage or even to that part of Maui. Some places have a darkness that goes beyond what we can understand. And some experiences change you forever, leaving you with questions that have no answers and fears that have no name. To this day, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced that I can feel that same presence hovering at the foot of my bed. It's always just a dream, a memory playing tricks on me. But the terror, that's real. That's something I'll carry with me forever. Story 21. I still get shivers thinking about what happened. It's been years, but that experience with the purple monkey is burned into my memory like a scar that won't fade. It started so innocently. Paul, Randy and I were helping Paul's family clear out the unfinished part of their basement for a yard sale. We were all into paranormal stuff. Nothing serious, just watching ghost hunting shows and telling creepy stories at sleepovers. Looking back, maybe that's why we were drawn to it. The basement was divided into 2 parts. The finished side with carpet and a TV where we usually hung out during sleepovers, and the unfinished side, which was basically a concrete storage area with exposed beams and those flickering fluorescent lights that make everything look weird. Paul's dad had stacked boxes everywhere, old Christmas decorations, outgrown clothes, forgotten toys. We were going through this box of old stuffed animals when Randy pulled it out, this purple monkey plush that none of us had ever seen before. It wasn't like a cute stuffed animal you'd give a kid. It had this weird stitched smile that didn't quite look right, and eyes that seemed too aware. I know that sounds stupid, but there's no other way to describe it. It wasn't dirty or torn or anything that would make it obviously creepy. It was just off. "What the hell is this thing?" Randy asked, holding it up. Paul took it from him, turning it over in his hands. "I've never seen this before. Must be something my mum picked up at a thrift store for the yard sale. I remember reaching out to touch it and feeling this weird jolt. Not like static electricity, but like my body was warning me not to touch it. But stupid me, I ignored it. "We should keep it," I said, not even sure why those words came out of my mouth. For our collection, we had this dumb little shelf of haunted things we'd found, mostly just rocks or sticks from places we thought looked spooky. So we took the monkey back to the finished part of the basement where we were going to sleep that night. Paul put it on the shelf next to the TV, and we went back to sorting stuff for the yard sale. Normal afternoon, right? But that night, things got weird. We were watching movies, eating junk food, typical sleepover stuff, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept looking at that stupid monkey. At first, I thought it was just me being paranoid. But then I noticed Paul and Randy doing the same thing. We'd all suddenly stop mid-conversation and glance at it. "Is it just me, or is that thing freaking anyone else out?" Randy finally asked around 11 that night. "Thank God," Paul said. "I thought I was losing it. I can't stop looking at it." I felt this weight lift, knowing I wasn't the only one feeling it. "It's like anxiety or something," I said. "Like I'm panicking but don't know why." We didn't immediately blame the monkey. That would have been too easy, too dramatic. We figured it was just our imaginations running wild after a day of digging through creepy basement junk. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse as the night went on. By 1 a.m, none of us could sleep. We were all just lying in our sleeping bags, staring at the ceiling, occasionally glancing at the monkey on the shelf. "Let's just put it somewhere else," I suggested. "I can't sleep with that thing watching us." Paul grabbed it, hesitantly I noticed, and carried it to the little bar area on the other side of the basement. He put it facing the wall behind some board games. "There," he said, "out of sight, out of mind," and it worked. Kind of. We finally managed to fall asleep around 2 a.m, but I woke up around 4, that panicky feeling back full force. I sat up in my sleeping bag, disoriented, and looked around, and there it was, the purple monkey, sitting on the couch behind us. Not behind the bar where Paul had left it. Not facing the wall, sitting upright on the couch, facing us. I nearly choked, trying to wake up Paul and Randy without screaming. "Guys," I hissed, shaking them both. "Guys, wake up." They were groggy and confused until I pointed to the couch. Randy actually yelped when he saw it. "Your dad's messing with us," he said immediately to Paul. "He's playing a prank." It was the obvious explanation. Adults love freaking out kids, right? But Paul was shaking his head before Randy even finished speaking. "My dad doesn't even know we have that thing," he said, "and he wouldn't come down here in the middle of the night. You know how loud the stairs are." He was right. The basement stairs were old and wooden and creaked so badly you could hear someone coming down them from anywhere in the house. I'm a super light sleeper, always have been, and there's no way someone could have come down those stairs without me hearing. Plus, Paul's dad didn't even know where we'd hidden the monkey, unless he'd been spying on us all night, which seemed ridiculous. "Maybe it just fell and one of us put it there without remembering," Randy suggested weakly. None of us believed that. We sat there in the dim light from the TV standby button, staring at this stupid purple monkey, too freaked out to go back to sleep or even approach it. "We should test it," Paul finally said. He was always the scientific one. "Like, put it somewhere specific and see if it moves again." So that's what we did. We carefully picked it up, using a baseball bat to nudge it into a plastic shopping bag because none of us wanted to touch it, and put it inside the bathroom cabinet under the sink. We closed the door, then used a piece of tape to seal it, so we'd know if someone opened it. We went back to our sleeping bags, but nobody slept. We just waited, watching the bathroom door. Nothing happened. When morning came, we checked the cabinet. Tape still intact, monkey still there. "See," Randy said, relief evident in his voice. just our imaginations. But I wasn't convinced. Let's try something else, I said. Let's put it somewhere and tell it we're doing something it won't like. The others looked at me like I was crazy, but they agreed. We took the monkey outside to Paul's backyard and placed it on the lawn chair. "We're going to leave you out here in the rain," I said loudly to the monkey, feeling stupid but committed. There were storm clouds gathering, so it wasn't an empty threat. We went back inside for breakfast, trying to act normal around Paul's mum, who was making pancakes. We ate quickly, then went to check on the monkey, mostly to prove to ourselves we were being ridiculous. It wasn't on the lawn chair. My stomach dropped as we looked around. Then Randy spotted it, on the grass about 2 feet closer to the house than where we'd left it. "The wind," Paul said immediately, but his voice was shaking. There was barely a breeze. That's when we heard it, a soft rustling in the grass. We all turned at the same time to see the monkey move. Not like it was alive, not like it was walking. More like someone invisible had picked it up and thrown it forward. It landed about 2 feet closer to us. I've never run so fast in my life. We all bolted inside, screaming for Paul's mom, talking over each other, trying to explain what we saw. She thought we were making it up, of course. When she went outside to check, the monkey was just lying in the grass, harmless. "It's just a stuffed animal," she said, picking it up and bringing it inside despite our protests. "Someone probably donated it for the yard sale." We spent the rest of the day in a state of panic. We couldn't tell Paul's parents the truth. They already thought we were being ridiculous, but we knew we had to do something about that monkey. Randy's older sister was into Wicca stuff, and he called her for advice. She told us to smudge it with sage and sweetgrass, tell whatever spirit was in it to leave, and then burn it. We managed to get some sage from Paul's mom's spice rack, but had to substitute regular grass for sweetgrass. Close enough, we figured. That night, after Paul's parents went to bed, we took the monkey to the fire pit in the backyard. We waved the burning sage around it, sprinkled it with the grass, and all said in unison, "Whatever you are, leave this monkey alone and go away." Then we lit it on fire. I don't know what I expected. Maybe the eyes to glow red, or the thing to scream, or something from a horror movie. But it just burned. The synthetic fur melted and bubbled. The stuffing caught fire and sent up black smoke. And in about 10 minutes, it was just a charred lump. We buried the remains under a rock at the edge of the woods behind Paul's house. Maybe not the most environmentally friendly solution, but we were 14 and terrified. The weirdest part? I think it worked, at least for whatever was in that monkey. But I'm still convinced there are other spirits in Paul's house. We've all seen them during sleepovers. A little girl who watches from the hallway and a tall man who stands in the doorway. They never do anything, just watch us. Paul's family moved away 2 years later, and I've often wondered if the new owners ever experienced anything strange. I wonder if they ever found a charred purple lump while gardening. I wonder if they ever wake up in the middle of the night with that same inexplicable panic. I still have nightmares about that monkey sometimes, that stitched smile, those knowing eyes. In my dreams, I'm back in Paul's basement, waking up to find it sitting on my chest, staring down at me. And in those dreams, just before I wake up, it always moves its head just a little, just enough. Story 22. I never thought I'd be sharing this with anyone. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. I've been dealing with this thing in my house for months now, and just when I thought it was gone, it came back last night. Worse than before. Some background. My ex was into some dark stuff. I didn't think much of it at first. He had these books about rituals and would burn these weird-smelling herbs. He called it exploring spirituality. But looking back, I realize it was definitely black magic. I caught him once drawing symbols on our bedroom floor with some kind of dark powder when he thought I was out shopping. We broke up shortly after that for unrelated reasons. But whatever he messed with, it didn't leave with him. After he moved out, Weird things started happening. At first it was just small stuff. Items disappearing and reappearing in strange places, lights flickering, that kind of thing. I tried to ignore it, figured it was just the old wiring in the house or me being forgetful. But then it got worse. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms. The shower would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Once I even found all the kitchen cabinets open when I woke up, even though I knew I'd closed them before bed. I'm not religious, but I got desperate. I tried everything. Sage smudging, salt lines at the doors and windows, even had a local spiritual healer come by. For about 3 weeks it seemed to work. The house felt lighter. I actually started sleeping through the night again. I thought whatever it was had finally moved on. I was wrong. Last night was the worst it's ever been. I got home late from work around 11, exhausted from a double shift. The moment I walked through the front door, I knew something was off. The air felt thick, like walking through invisible cobwebs. You know that feeling when someone's watching you, but you can't see them? It was like that, but 100 times worse. I tried to shake it off, told myself I was just tired and imagining things. I heated up some leftover pasta, barely tasted it as I ate at the kitchen counter. The whole time, this heaviness hung in the air. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was never anything. After eating, I decided to just go to bed. Maybe sleep would reset things. I went to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. As I bent over the sink with water running over my face, that feeling intensified. Like someone was standing directly behind me, so close I should have felt their breath on my neck. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing there, just the empty bathroom doorway leading to the dark hallway. I changed into my night clothes, this old comfy robe I always wear to bed. As I was tying the belt, I swear to God, it felt like someone grabbed the front of it and pulled, like they were trying to open it. I yanked it closed and tied it tighter, my hands trembling. I told myself it was just the fabric catching on something. But deep down, I knew better. I hurried to my bedroom, telling myself I just needed to sleep. The digital clock on my nightstand read 12:15. I still had stuff to do before bed. Check my emails, set my alarm for the morning. The usual night routine. But that sensation of being watched was getting unbearable. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was a presence, hovering just at the edge of my vision. I climbed into bed anyway, pulled the covers up, and tried to focus on my phone, scrolled through social media, answered a few texts, anything to distract myself from that oppressive feeling. It must have been around 1:30 when I finally put my phone down on the nightstand and turned off the lamp. The darkness made everything worse. That presence seemed to grow stronger, more defined. I could feel it moving around my room, circling the bed. I kept my eyes shut tight, trying to will myself to sleep, telling myself over and over that there was nothing there. Then I heard it. A soft click to my right, followed by a long, slow creak. My eyes snapped open and I turned toward the sound. My closet door was opening all by itself, slowly, inch by inch, with this horrible squeaking noise that seemed to stretch on forever. I could see the dark gap widening as the door swung outward. I froze completely. Couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might explode. I shut my eyes again and turned away. I'm not proud of it, but in that moment, I was more terrified than I've ever been in my life. I pulled the covers over my head like a child and tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was a draft in the room. Maybe the door wasn't properly latched. Maybe... Who was I kidding? There was no maybe. Something was in my room, opening my closet. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed with fear. Could have been minutes, could have been an hour. Eventually, I managed to control my breathing enough to stop feeling like I was about to pass out. I was just starting to wonder if I could make a run for it, dash out of the bedroom and maybe spend the night in my car, when I felt it. The mattress behind me dipped slightly, Like someone sitting down on the edge of the bed. I felt the covers pull a little. Then worst of all, I felt breathing, slow, deliberate breathing on the back of my neck. Something had gotten into bed with me. I'd like to say I handled it well, but I completely lost it. I threw off the covers and leapt out of bed, stumbling across the room to hit the light switch. The sudden brightness hurt my eyes, but I didn't care. I spun around to face the bed, expecting to see, I don't know what, but there was nothing there, just rumpled sheets and my dented pillow, but the closet door was still open. I don't know what possessed me in that moment. Maybe some primal instinct to face your fears head on, maybe temporary insanity, but I marched right over to that closet, yanked the door open wider, and flipped on the closet light. Nothing jumped out at me, no monster, no ghost, no demon, just my clothes hanging neatly on their hangers, but the feeling inside that small space, I can't even describe it properly. It was like concentrated emotion, not fear or anger like you might expect, but the most profound, gut-wrenching loneliness I've ever felt. It hit me like a physical wave, and I knew if I stayed standing there 1 second longer, I would have collapsed on the floor, sobbing. I backed away quickly and shut the closet door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. Then I went back to bed, and weirdest of all, I wasn't scared anymore. The oppressive feeling had completely disappeared. Instead, I felt calm, almost peaceful. I lay back down but didn't pull the covers up this time. I turned on my side to face the closet and just stared at the closed door until my eyes grew heavy and I fell asleep. When I woke up this morning, everything felt normal. Sunlight was streaming through the blinds. Birds were chirping outside. I actually felt rested, even though my phone told me I'd only slept about 4 hours. The closet door was still firmly shut. I've spent all day trying to make sense of what happened. I'm convinced it's connected to whatever my ex was dabbling in. He always said that magic leaves traces, that energy doesn't just disappear. I think whatever he invited in has been here all along, hiding, waiting. Those cleansing rituals I did probably just pissed it off, but what I can't figure out is why it didn't hurt me when it had the chance. That profound loneliness I felt in the closet, it stuck with me all day. What if this thing isn't malevolent at all? What if it's just lost, trapped, reaching out in the only way it knows how? Or maybe that's exactly what it wants me to think. I don't know what to do now. I can't afford to move, and honestly, I'm not convinced it wouldn't just follow me anyway. I'm writing this from my kitchen table because I can't bring myself to go back into my bedroom yet, even in broad daylight. Night is coming soon, and I'm terrified of what might happen when darkness falls again. The cleansings didn't work. Ignoring it didn't work. Confronting it, I don't know what that did. But something has changed in the house today. The air feels different, expectant. Like whatever happened last night was just the beginning. I feel like it's waiting for me to make the next move, but I have no idea what that should be. Story 23. I still get chills thinking about what happened in my house 2 years ago. My siblings won't even talk about it anymore unless they're joking around to ease the tension, but I know they're still freaked out because neither of them will go into my bedroom alone anymore. I wasn't even home when it happened. I was at my friend Jen's house, just hanging out in her sitting room watching stupid videos and eating microwave popcorn. It was a totally normal Saturday afternoon. My parents were out running errands, and my brother E, 23 at the time, was home with our little sister D, 14. They were just doing their own thing in different parts of the house. E was in his room playing video games, and D was in the living room watching TV. Our house isn't huge, but it's old and has those weird little hallways that make sound travel in strange ways. Still, we all know each other's voices perfectly, so especially mine, which everyone says is distinctive. Code for loud and obnoxious, but whatever. According to what they told me later, they both heard it at the same time. My laugh. Not just any laugh, but my specific laugh, the one that bubbles up when something is really funny. It's this ridiculous cackle that everyone in my family makes fun of. He said he heard it clear as day, coming from what sounded like my bedroom. Dee heard it too, from across the house. At first, they both assumed I'd come home early from Jen's. E yelled from his room, "Keep it down," because he was in the middle of a game. Dee didn't think much of it either. But then the laughing continued, getting louder and more hysterical. E said it started to annoy him because he couldn't concentrate on his game. He paused it and shouted down the hallway, "Seriously, shut up!" But the laughing just kept going, this manic, breathless giggle that wouldn't stop. Dee said she got uncomfortable at this point because something about the laugh started to sound off, like it was me, but also not quite right. She went to the hallway and called my name. No answer, just more laughing. He finally got pissed enough to get up and stomp down to my room to tell me to be quiet. He pushed open my door, expecting to find me on my phone or laptop watching something funny. My room was completely empty. But the laughing was still happening, right there in the empty room. He said he froze in the doorway. The laughing seemed to be coming from the corner near my closet, but there was nobody there. Nothing. Just my empty bedroom with all my stuff exactly where I always keep it. The window was closed. There was literally nowhere for anyone to hide. He backed out slowly and ran into Dee in the hallway, who had come to investigate too. She said E's face was white as a sheet. The laughing had stopped the moment E opened the door, but they both swear they heard it right up until that second. They stood there, freaking out, trying to figure out what was happening. Then the laughing started again, softer this time, like I was trying to hold it in but couldn't. But it wasn't coming from my room anymore. Now it seemed to be coming from the bathroom across the hall. E, being the protective older brother, told Dee to stay back while he checked it out. He slowly pushed open the bathroom door, empty again. By this point, they were both properly scared. Dee started crying, convinced someone had broken into the house. He grabbed a baseball bat from his room, and they went through every room, every closet, checking under beds, behind furniture. Everywhere they found absolutely nothing. He told Dee to call me while he called our parents. When my phone rang, I was confused because we had plans to meet up later anyway. Dee was so freaked out she could barely talk. She kept asking if I was really at Jen's, if I was playing a prank on them. I had no idea what she was talking about. "We heard you laughing in your room," she said, her voice shaking. "But you weren't there." I thought they were the ones playing a prank on me. I switched to video chat to show them I was definitely at Jen's house, sitting on her couch with the half-empty popcorn bowl in my lap. Jen waved from beside me, confused about what was happening. Dee turned her camera to show E standing next to her, still holding the bat, looking completely freaked out. They told me what happened, and I felt this cold sensation wash over me. I've never seen my brother look scared before. He's always the logical one, the one who finds rational explanations for everything, but there was no explaining this away. Our parents came home about 20 minutes later, and of course, they tried to find logical explanations. Maybe it was the TV, a YouTube video someone forgot to pause, the neighbors. But E and Dee were adamant. It was my laugh coming from empty rooms in our house when I was demonstrably miles away. What makes this even creepier is that weird stuff has always happened in our family. My grandmother used to talk about the gift, though my mom always told her to stop putting ideas in our heads. But we've all had experiences, vivid dreams that come true, seeing people who've passed away, knowing things we shouldn't know. I've always had the worst of it. Since I was little, I've had these horrible nightmares that make me scream in my sleep. Like, not just little whimpers or cries, I'm talking full-on horror movie screams that wake up the whole house. My parents took me to doctors when I was younger, thinking I might have night terrors, but no one could figure it out. It happens less frequently now, maybe once every couple months, but when it does, it's bad. The last time it happened, about 3 months ago, my mum said I was screaming words that didn't make sense, in a voice that didn't even sound like mine. He recorded a bit of it on his phone to show me the next morning, and I still can't listen to the whole clip. It doesn't sound like me at all. It's this deep, guttural sound that makes my skin crawl. After the laughing incident, E and D started joking that I'm possessed, that something lives in my room and can sound like me even when I'm not there. They laugh about it, but I notice neither of them will go in my room alone anymore. If they need something, they'll stand at the door and ask me to get it. Dee says she sometimes hears whispering from my room when I'm at school or work. E claims he doesn't hear anything anymore, but I've caught him avoiding the hallway that leads to my bedroom, taking the long way around the house. I wish I could say I don't believe them, or that I'm not affected, but the truth is, I get creeped out in my own room too. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone's watching me from that same corner by my closet, where E and D heard the laughing. I've started sleeping with my back to the wall, so I can see the whole room. Last month, I was home alone, studying late at night. Everyone else was asleep. I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway outside my room, heavy ones, like a grown man wearing boots. I called out thinking it was my dad, but there was no answer. When I opened my door to check, the hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued, moving away from me, even though I couldn't see anyone there. My dad installed cameras around the house after that, thinking maybe someone was breaking in. They haven't caught anything unusual, but we've all noticed that the camera covering the hallway to my bedroom glitches more than the others. Sometimes it goes completely black for hours at a time, and when the footage comes back, nothing seems different. He thinks whatever it is doesn't want to be recorded. He's into all that paranormal investigation stuff now, watching ghost hunting shows and buying EMF meters. Dee refuses to talk about it, changing the subject whenever it comes up. But sometimes I catch her staring at my bedroom door with this look of absolute dread. My mum finally admitted that similar things happened in her childhood home. Her sister would hear their mother calling her from the kitchen, but when she'd go downstairs, my grandmother would be out in the garden. My uncle once saw a perfect duplicate of my grandfather sitting in his favorite chair while the real grandfather was out fishing with friends. Whatever this thing is, it seems to follow our family, mimicking our voices and appearances. And for some reason, it's attached itself to me more than anyone else. 2 weeks ago, I was in the shower when I heard my own laugh again, that same hysterical giggle coming from just outside the bathroom door. I froze, soap still in my hair, water running down my back. It wasn't possible. I was the only one home. I shut off the water and stood there dripping, straining to listen. The laughing stopped, replaced by the sound of my own voice whispering something I couldn't quite make out. I grabbed a towel and yanked open the door, heart pounding. The hallway was empty. The hallway. But as I stood there, water pooling around my feet, I swear I felt something brush past me, like someone walking by in a hurry, their shoulder bumping against mine. I still don't have an explanation for any of this. My siblings and I don't talk about it directly anymore. But sometimes E will just look at me and ask, "Was that you?" When we hear a noise in the house, it's become our code for, is there something supernatural happening right now? The worst part is not knowing what it wants or why it's chosen to mimic me specifically. Is it trying to replace me somehow? Is it feeding off my energy, or is it just some echo of myself from another time or place? All I know is that sometimes, when I'm alone in my room at night, I catch myself holding my breath, listening for my own laugh coming from somewhere else in the house. Story 24. I've debated posting this for years. Even now, 20-something years later, typing this makes my skin crawl. I'm not looking for validation or explanations. I know what I saw. I just need to get this off my chest because it still haunts me. When I was 7 years old, my grandparents lived in this old 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood, the kind with creaky wooden floors and those old-fashioned wallpapers. My grandfather was super proud of his model train setup in the basement. An elaborate miniature world with tiny buildings, trees, and tracks running through mountains he'd built himself. He'd spent years on it, and visiting his train room was usually the highlight of our trips there. It was summer break, and my parents had dropped me off to stay with my grandparents for the weekend. Everything was normal that morning. Grandma made pancakes with blueberries, and I remember watching cartoons while my grandfather tinkered with some new addition to his train set downstairs. After lunch, he called up and said he wanted to show me what he'd been working on. I was excited. He'd mentioned adding a new tunnel system last time we talked on the phone, so I headed toward the basement door. The staircase down was wooden and slightly steep. There was this single light bulb at the top that you had to pull a string to turn on. I remember the familiar musty smell as I made my way down those stairs. Their basement wasn't fully finished, just concrete floors and those cement block walls that had been painted white at some point but had yellowed over time. At the bottom of the stairs, you had to walk through a sort of storage area to get to the train room. My grandfather had built a separate room just for his trains, with proper drywall and everything. It was maybe 20 or 30 feet from the bottom of the stairs, with various storage shelves and old furniture scattered between. That day, I got about halfway across that space when something caught my eye. There was a shadow on the wall to my left. At first, I didn't think much of it. Basements have shadows, right? But something made me stop and look more carefully. The longer I stared, the more distinct it became. It wasn't just a random shadow. There was a shape to it. A face. I froze in place, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The face was dark against the wall, not fully formed, but unmistakable. Two hollow areas where eyes would be, and a sort of gap for a mouth. My first thought was that something was hanging from the ceiling pipes and casting a weird shadow. My grandpa kept all kinds of stuff hanging from the exposed metal rafters. Old fishing poles, extension cords, even some of my grandma's seasonal decorations. I actually remember looking up to see what was making the shadow, but there wasn't anything there that would cast that specific shape, just the normal pipes and wiring. I was about to keep walking. Kids see things all the time, right? Just my imagination getting carried away, that's what I told myself. But then it changed. The shadow's mouth, that dark, formless gap, started to move. The edges curled upward, forming what I can only describe as the most terrifying smile I've ever seen. It wasn't a friendly smile, not even close. It was predatory, malicious, like it was looking at something it wanted to hurt. The only way I can describe it was like when you see a wild animal baring its teeth before it attacks, that same sense of menace and hunger. I got this immediate, overwhelming feeling that this thing was thinking, no one's going to hear you scream when I start eating your face. I know that sounds dramatic, but that's exactly what went through my 7-year-old brain in that moment. What happened next is something I've never experienced again in my life. It was like every nerve in my body fired at once. Every single hair stood straight up, not just on my arms or neck, but everywhere. It was like being electrocuted with fear. My whole body went ice cold and then burning hot in the span of seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't look away. It was watching me. I knew it was watching me, and it was enjoying my fear. The smile got wider, impossibly wide. No human face could smile that way. The eyes seemed to deepen, like I was looking into actual holes in the wall, not just dark spots. When I finally managed to react, I completely lost it. I started screaming at the top of my lungs, tears pouring down my face. I couldn't even form words, just this primal, terrified shrieking. I was too scared to run past it toward my grandfather's train room, but I was also too terrified to turn my back on it to run back up the stairs. So I just stood there, screaming and sobbing. I heard pounding footsteps from above and then from the train room. My grandfather burst through the door at the far end of the basement, and at almost the same moment, my grandmother and uncle, who had apparently stopped by, came rushing down the stairs behind me. "What's wrong?" What happened? My grandfather reached me first, kneeling down and grabbing my shoulders. I was hyperventilating, trying to point at the wall. There's a face. There's a face on the wall, and it smiled at me. All three adults looked where I was pointing. It was gone. Completely gone. Just a blank yellowed wall. "There's nothing there, sweetie," my grandmother said, putting her arm around me. "You probably just saw a shadow from the lights." My uncle walked over to the wall and put his hand on it. "See, nothing here, just your imagination getting the best of you." But it wasn't my imagination. I know what I saw. That thing had been there, watching me, and it had disappeared the moment other people arrived. That made it even more terrifying. It was hiding from them. It only wanted me to see it. My grandfather tried to calm me down, telling me about how the human brain is wired to see faces in random patterns. My uncle joked about me watching too many scary movies, which I wasn't even allowed to watch at that age. My grandmother suggested I was just tired from staying up late the night before. I hadn't. None of them believed me. They took me back upstairs, gave me some hot chocolate, and tried to distract me with a board game. Later, my grandfather even took me back down to show me his new train tunnel, walking me past that same wall while firmly holding my hand. There was nothing there. He even flicked the lights on and off to show how shadows moved, trying to recreate what I might have seen. But there were no shadows that day that could possibly look like what I'd seen. Nothing hanging from the ceiling that could have created that shape. No explanation for what had happened. I refused to go into the basement alone for the rest of that visit. For years after, I would only go down there if someone was holding my hand. And I would walk as far from that wall as possible, never taking my eyes off it. The worst part is that I never felt completely alone in that basement again. Even with other people there, I always had the sensation of being watched, of something waiting for another chance to catch me by myself. Something patient, something hungry. My grandparents moved out of that house when I was 15. I remember feeling an immense relief knowing I would never have to go into that basement again. When I helped carry boxes out on moving day, I made sure someone was with me every time I went down those stairs. Just before they left for good, when the house was empty and we were doing a final walkthrough, I found myself looking at that wall one last time. The basement was empty now. All of my grandfather's trains packed away, all the storage cleared out, just bare walls and concrete floor. For a split second, I thought I saw a faint darkening on that wall, just the hint of that same shape. And though there was no mouth visible, I got the distinct impression it was smiling again, saying goodbye, or maybe promising we'd meet again someday. I bolted up those stairs and never looked back. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it a spirit, a demon, some kind of entity that feeds on children's fear, or was it really just my imagination, a random shadow misinterpreted by a kid's overactive mind? All I know is that the memory of that smile still gives me goosebumps. I can picture it perfectly. That malevolent grin spreading across a face made of darkness. The absolute certainty that I was in the presence of something that meant me harm. The electric, full-body terror that shot through me. I'm 34 now, with a house of my own. I finished my basement last year, but I won't go down there alone after dark. My wife thinks I'm being silly, but she didn't see that face. She didn't feel what I felt. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night and the house is quiet, I swear I can feel that same sensation again of being watched by something hungry, something patient, something that's been waiting all these years for another chance. And I wonder if that shadow is still out there somewhere, searching for another child to smile at.